All right. Looks like we. Okay. Looks like we are live. Okay, good. We are live. All right. It is May 21st. Hopefully everybody's having a great day. Thank you for joining. We are back on Western Australia. We're planting today. Um, if you want to hear music, you can hit the link at the top of the chat to visit me on Twitch live stream. So some music playing, which is good. Sure, everything hunky dory here first live stream before we get into it. Are still this is all right. So plant today. I've already got barley going. Do a thing of canola. I put my I-beam tracker on. Got it calibrated. All right, beam tracker is going. Tracking my head movements. Perfect. Okay, where my implement is unfolded. We'll need to set a course here. Hearing this, I guess I'm gonna do probably maybe 4, 5, 5. Off we go. No left. Play fiddle. Like it, I think. Just double check. Yep. Okay. All right, fantastic. we're moving. Gonna chat here. All right, yeah. So if you are watching me on YouTube and you would like to watch and listen to music, feel free to hit the link at the top of the chat. That'll direct you over to Twitch. Listen to a selection of music that I've got playing. So a little bit of techno, some country, some pop, a whole whack. For the pop over there. Hit me up with a follow. Way you'll know if I go live on Twitch. There you go. We're gonna go ahead and cut through here and ensure that we get this all seeded with canola. Looks like this is a phenomenal field. I think I'm gonna use up too much of my seed, I guess. Good. So this is my third episode on Western Australia, which is great. I've already done all of the harvesting the last episode, couple of episodes. Also, I sold the wheat, so it's been sold. One field is already planted with barley, or sorry, yeah, barley, I think. Now I'm planting canola in the field. So we'll see how it goes. Situated. Alright. Pick that up. That's seagull mod on. Go. So lavender, as you guys know, I plant lavender. My first harvest is almost ready to go. In real life, by the way. They're just so close. They just need at least a couple of more days of heat. That I'll be able to do my first harvest. I'll be able to harvest probably in the next couple of days, I guess. My newest plant, though, is a little bit behind. It's a smaller one that I have. My recent plant purchase, I guess. So it's the same type. It's a English lavender. Which isn't too bad. I imagine my newest plant will take at least maybe another couple of days or a couple of weeks. I have a feeling I probably won't see lavender on it not till June is my guess. So what I will end up doing is hopefully maybe I'll get a second harvest out of my main plant probably in August. So what I'll do is I'll cut off the flowers and tie them up and let them dry. And then I'll bag them up and store them. Well, I put the lavender into tea. I put it into coffee. You just tuck it inside your coffee filter, a brewer. That's all I really do with coffee. I add other things in there too, so cinnamon, right? Cloves, more natural sweeteners, and less of a focus on sugar. And sometimes, give or take, I'll add cream, depending on my mood. English lavender works best for my climate because it rains and it gets cold. The other type of lavender is Spanish lavender, which is more of a, I don't know, cactus. Right? So it needs to be kept dry, and it needs more sun. So that's why I go with the English lavender over the Spanish. The Spanish lavender, or sorry, the English lavender, at least in my climate, does go all right. Other parts of Canada might not go well. Probably might die. I suspected I go with English lavender because the UK generally has the same, climate as I do, which is have a lot of rain, and they do get a little bit nippy, right? UK. Not saying that their climate is exactly the same as mine, but it's as close as I can get. Piece of lavender. So, should be fantastic. I also have tea. I make it into tea. Just put hot water over top of it. I find English lavender is more fragrant. I mean, you could, there was last year, my plant, I could just touch the leaves, then I could feel the oil coming off of it. So you really don't have to do a lot of prep work with it. Most people usually focus on, like, oh, I need to cut the flowers off and stuff. So part of you can use the stem, the leaves as well, in the tea, because there's so much oil on the lavender plant. So I don't have to be as picky, I guess. When you buy lavender in the store, they usually focus on the flowers, so much the rest of the plant. I think they do that to make it look better, more presentable, sort of thing. That's my thoughts on why they do that, I guess. So that's my lavender project. Tomatoes are doing a lot better this year. Well, in a tomato plant growing. We have a mystery tree growing. One of our dad's interests. So I'm not sure what type of tree it is. Definitely a tree. We'll find out. It produces some sort of fruit. What happened? There we go. So yeah, that's our planting going on here. It's good. Come play with that. So I didn't even go through all my lavender from last year. Still have some left, but getting a little low. I've been rationing it a little bit. I can probably start using most of it. It's a great plant to have. I probably wouldn't put you don't have to put too much in there. You can put a little sprig of lavender in your coffee. In the evening, I guess. Lavender has a tendency to make people go to sleep. Aware of that. It's a relaxant taste. So if you're trying to wake up in the morning, have a lot of lavender in. And then you can just drink lavender tea as is, or you can mix it with another tea bag. So yeah, quite happy about that. In the world of politics, things keep on becoming more interesting in Canada, as always. So I think last live stream, I think I talked a little bit about Alberta's separation. I think a little bit about British Columbia, which is the province that I'm in. Indigenous people, so I'll probably elaborate some updates on that. So Mark Carney, we have Prime Minister. He's basically the guy that's at the top in the country at the federal government level. The other term you need to know is Premier. So a Premier would be more of a mid-level leader, a small, like a portion of Canada they would govern. They'd be equivalent to a governor, but with more power than probably a governor. What people don't know is that provincial premiers actually have probably a little bit more power than a governor with regards to how things get done. That's kind of a fun fact. So this past week, Mark Carney and Premier Danielle Smith, and Danielle Smith is Alberta Premier, they met this week to discuss the, pipeline situation. Of course, Alberta separation. I don't really have to talk on that. I'll probably talk about that later. But anyways, they did another memorandum of understanding. So that means you're probably going to hear that on the news quite often now. It seems to be the new topic. I don't know if it has caught up in the UK or Australia or other places in the world. I know the Americans are starting to use that term too now a little bit. So basically they meet up and they discuss certain things. And they have a light commitment on what they want to do with a project or something like that. My understanding. It's a little bit more complicated. So, to my understanding, it seems like a pipeline will happen. It seems like that. This is the second. Oh, I forgot to turn my implement on. This is the second MOU. I'm not saying for sure that it will happen, but seems promising because they have agreed on carbon capture pricing. So that's sort of what this MOU covers, right? Which is just one stepping stone. So they're hoping now that they can, price out, well, what the cost is to carbon capture. So carbon capture is used for like capturing emissions that come from producing oil and gas. It makes plastic parts, rubber parts, components, stuff like that. There's other. I think it'll even go into food, I believe, too, to a degree. Don't ask me the exact science. I think it's the most misunderstood thing. It excuse me. It seems like, I don't know, confusing to say the least. But it is used for making products, so whatever they capture, whether that be in plastics, a little bit in food, I guess, rubber, probably other things. I think it gets reused in chemicals as well. Chemicals. So there is actually a business for it, right? Is it as big as selling oil and gas? Probably not, but it does have a factor in it. It's kind of like having a dairy farm, I guess, in a way. So we're playing Farming Simulator, right? We can choose to just buy the cows, feed them, and then just simply sell the milk or the beef. But there are other byproducts. There's manure, right? And there is also slurry. You can take that to a biogas plant to make fuel. Probably use that as a close analogy, I guess, to carbon capture away. So you're basically optimizing it, right? Capturing the carbon and finding a way to utilize that carbon, right? So sad thing is nobody really widely talks too much about it, so it's so controversial that people just get confused. But why is this good? Seems like most people have the perception, well, it's a complete waste of money, right? So I think the scientists just focused too much on the numbers game and just said, well, how does the regular voter or consumer see it, right? We want to see it as a product, right? So they don't talk too much about the product, but there is some content out there that you can find that will discuss the products that carbon capture goes in. So they price that out. So then what also happened last week is Carney jumped on a jet and flew to Vancouver to my province and talked to my premier in British Columbia, which is Premier Eby. And I think there's still a little bit more work to be done in my province. So they bring Eby on board, have a conversation. Probably a little bit of maybe a swift kick in the ass a little bit, right? Because one of the speeches, Carney said, well, I want to hear about what you're willing to do and not so much you're not willing to do, right? So a little bit more stirring words. And the other thing he said, well, if we can't do business in British Columbia, he didn't use these exact words, but sorta he basically said, well, there's the rest of the country that we can focus on. So I think something will happen. I just don't know how it'll materialize. We're very environmentally sound in British Columbia. And we have concerns about pollution, and the other factor is that we are a very green province, but we're also a tourist destination, right? It's hard to sell tourism if you're going to have a bunch of pollution, right? So I think that's mainly it. Also, we have fisheries. We don't want fisheries to be affected. And also animal habitat affected. Most of our tourism industry is based on nature. So if you ruin nature, it's a bit of a problem. So I think perhaps something will get squeezed in of some sort. My belief is it's going to be a line that's going south. I think Alberta would prefer a line going north to sell into the Pacific. So that type of oil and gas would probably go to China, Korea, Japan, perhaps Australia and New Zealand, right? Those types, that type of market. And India. I think India has signed on too. They want to buy a lot of Canadian oil. So but determining an appropriate route is needed. So the next items on the checklist that need to be met is they need to provide route options. I think Danielle Smith, which is the Alberta Premier, because it's up to her to do the heavy lifting, and it. So she will be providing different routes. Briefly, she indicated that there's some routes in the north, and there are some southern routes as well, right? So once those routes are there, a rough idea of what works best. So basically, you say, well, what's the cheapest way to do this? What's the most feasible? So there's all this, business aspect that needs to go into making the pipeline, right? How do you make it profitable, right? And to lower costs, right? So there's that. And the likelihood of where it might end up going, right? The other thing was in there. So that will have to happen. And you will need someone a company to decide to take on the task to make it. So whether that be Enbridge or BP Oil or someone else, right? Or Suncor, right? Private investor. The other part of it is part of the pipeline will be owned probably by First Nation. So there'll be a First Nations partnership, probably provincial partnership, maybe some sort of government partnership to be on the board, right? What else? First Nations consultation. So the routes that they determine to be viable, they would find out, well, how does it impact the local communities, right? So whether that's First Nations or, regular folk. They will have to reach out to those folks and see what can be done. Be like land easements and buy-ins from First Nations, part ownership of it, because those communities can make a lot of money too by being part owner or getting some sort of royalty, whatever the setup will be. And then, of course, the province, make sure it aligns with the laws and regulations of the land and everything like that. So I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a northern route, simply because we have a tanker ban in place. But I suppose Mark Carney could remove that tanker ban if he wanted to. So that basically outlines what's needed for this to work. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done. So we will have to see how it goes. It's a little bit more promising compared to what it was. There's a timetable too, right? So you probably won't see construction on this until like September 2027. They already set all of that in. Part of that, that a length of time gives a lot of time to get through proper consultation process and what have you. On consultation, just to let people know, I think we are setting a global standard in Canada. And I'll give another example in a moment, but consultation means working with First Nations and aligning UNIDRIP. Now, we are not only doing this with regards to business conducted in Canada. So, and I've got an example from this past week. So we have a lot of skilled people in certain different sectors. One of them being lithium mining. Now, people may have heard on the news, or if they follow Bloomberg, they become aware that in Nevada, they have discovered a large lithium deposit in the United States, right? In Nevada. We have companies that are willing to go down there and work and, set up shop, right? We actively have companies that work in Alaska with the mining and resource sector. We have a lot of skilled people and expertise to do that. So, and we work in other places too, right? So we partnership with all sorts of stuff. Like as an example, nuclear energy. We partnered up with the Germans, right? With Germany, to put in some of our nuclear reactors in Germany for alternate power, right? So we work with everyone pretty much. Now, with regards to the lithium in Nevada, not many people know this, but a lot of the land is native land, First Nations land, right? So last week, and it's not covered in the news much, but I watched CPAC, which is basically our political channel in Canada. A bunch of First Nations had come up from the local area expressing concerns with regards to, lithium mining. They pointed out that they would appreciate it if Canadian companies would, follow proper consultation process, what have you there. They also stipulated that even though they're aware that they don't get the same treatment from the American government down there, they pointed that out, right? They wanted assurances that the Canadian government would ensure that companies that are working in Nevada on this lithium project would, go through the proper consultation process and follow the UN Declaration of Reconciliation with Indigenous Peoples, this UNIDRIP. So our federal minister had agreed to that. So basically going forward, Canadian companies would basically follow unit at the federal. So if we go into the United States, or if we go in Germany, wherever, right, we would comply and work with indigenous peoples in those areas, essentially. Sort of what the big plan is. So it's a marketing strategy and a progressive strategy to show that, by doing consultation, you can get work done. It may slightly slow down, the movement. Some people might say, well, it's going to take forever, right? But if it's done properly, it can be done quickly. Okay? I think when you get something like a project off the ground, right? The first time it just sucks because you're trying to figure out, well, how do you make this work? Right? That's the main thing. But like, well, how the heck are we supposed to make this work? And it confuses people. But once you've done it a few times, right, it becomes a nothing burger after that. Because you understand all of the implements, become an expert at it, right? It's just like with Farming Simulator. You start farming, trying to pull crops out of the ground and stuff like that. The first time you start the game, you trying to like figure out, well, how do I get this all to work? Like, where do I sell this and where do I sell that, right? Same concept. So it's kind of interesting overall. Let's see. What else can I talk about? We've got other projects going on across the country. See here, I think we signed a deal to sell like Airbus. So we partnered with Germany. I think it's Germany. That's Airbus is the German company. This is in Quebec, by the way. So to make, I think, about 150 Airbuses for Airbus. So we'd have the plant here in Canada, in Quebec. The jobs would come here, and then we would have basically German set up shop here. Our steel, our resources gets put into it. And it's going to, I think, a Singapore airline, and they will be buying the jet, basically. So that's good. We're getting a huge boost with the aviation industry because of that. Defense contracting, as well. We're still looking at, the Saab Griffin, right? F-35 jets are still on the table, I guess. Haven't heard of a direct decision on that yet. So we're just kind of weighing in our options at the moment. I think we'll end up with like a split fleet, really. But both of them have jobs in Canada, right? So we'll be welcoming Saab. They'll be partnering up with Bombardier, because I think they want to use some of Bombardier's technology for like surveillance planes. I think they've even sold a couple of them to Saudi Arabia, or Saudi Arabia interested in this, I don't know, Saab Bombardier surveillance plane. So a lot of business will be available there. Colombia buys a lot of Saab jets. There's other countries too, and we have free trade access with Colombia. So we can build the planes and sell them to the Colombians. They also build as well, so we'd probably be partnered with them as well. So there's a bunch of different countries that are all tied into Griffin program. So it'll be interesting. Most of this type of news has been out for a while. Another province we have, which is Manitoba. Now, this one I think is the most important, or strategically important. So we have Premier Rob Canoe. Fantastic guy. Also, he's First Nations as well, and he's the premier of his own province. I just love the guy. He's always smiling and happy. So I get a kick out of him. I don't know. A great guy, always positive, proactive team player. Loves hockey quite a bit. But anyways, what he wants to do is, I'm going to call it a resource. Probably a resource transportation node system. So up to Churchill. He wants to basically send resources up to Churchill. Churchill is a port in the Hudson Bay. He wants to have it upgraded. So have shipments of, Western Canadian goods sent by rail. He'd be interested in a pipeline going there as well. So Alberta bitumen crude going to Churchill, basically. And sending that, opening up bitumen crude to Europe, and heading into the Atlantic, essentially. The other, if it does become a thing, what that would mean is they would probably invest in buying more icebreakers, and it would open up the sea ice. You might even see more trade coming in and out of Quebec. Quebec does a little bit of shipping out of the Hudson Bay area as well. You'd see BC forestry products heading to Europe. Minerals. Main focus is minerals, I think. Rare earth minerals to be shipped and transported to Europe. That's sort of the big plan. Now, obviously that would create jobs, right? And usually that's a win. But the other bigger picture behind it, like I mentioned, the icebreakers, that would open up a northern route. So you would have more container ship traffic going through the Arctic, shipping goods to and from, which I think is good. They also want to do Manitoba wind turbines. So the area up north is very windy. So they want to try to, in northern Manitoba, they want to start energy, invest in wind turbines. Other, environmentally friendly, what do you call it? Hydro or power, electricity up north. The other thing that they can do is that our northern communities would get more power, like more electricity. So that would be like in the territories, and Nunavut, Yukon, etc. More roadways would go up there. You could have more trucking, more rail, right? All of that. Most of the time they've got like ice roads, so more road infrastructure up there. More cellular network up there. More communities, more people might want to move up there, right? Cold up there, but they want to move up there. With further upgrades to the grid, and this is where it comes into Greenland, because Greenland is our neighbor, right? They just have to go across the channel and there you go, you got Greenland, right? We could probably provide services, digital services. They can provide electricity to Greenland if they need it. and in other things. We can sell goods to Greenland if they want to buy it by having these corridors set up. The other factor is that if we've got icebreakers constantly going through there, and we've got our own transit system of container vessels going in and out of the Hudson Bay area, Greenland could start their own shipping business, right? Because we would be plowing through the ice, right? They can use that corridor as well at the same time, right? So open it up. So I could probably see some Greenlandic improvements, is what I'm trying to say. If we get this northern Churchill port upgrade and resource transportation system going. I think it has a lot more benefit. So I'm kind of optimistic on that one. I'd like to see that one go. Because I see the bigger picture. So we'll just have to see if it becomes a thing. I know Rob Canoe's behind it, the current premier. It would be a huge boost to his economy. Saskatchewan would benefit quite a bit too. They sell a lot of fertilizers. So that would open up the Saskatchewan fertilizer trade quite a bit. If they start shipping out of the port of Churchill. So if there's shortage on, Europe is running low on fertilizer because, well, of course, the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz, right? We're, I think, one of the top 3 fertilizer producers in the world. Ukraine makes quite a bit of fertilizer too. Belarus, and I think the Strait of Hormuz area as well. So we'll just have to see what happens. That's sort of what's happening in Canada at the moment. There's still, I think a lot of Canadians are wanting to see things move fast. Is understandable. Probably even the world probably wants us to move faster, because there are a lot of people that really could use or could, benefit from the resources that we produce, especially in oil and gas. So you know that people are like, struggling right now. Some countries are like running off of oil reserves. They're rationing their oil, gas, right? It's difficult, especially if you're not a oil producing nation, right? So we have 2 refineries, Canada, and we also can get oil and gas from the United States. But not every country, has that luxury. But at least something's on the go. Things are being built. These projects have to get going. I think probably if the pipeline to the West Coast happens, where in my province, they're projecting it'll be up and running by 2030, I think, if everything goes according to plan. If it gets done sooner than that, that would be fantastic. Okay. There's other things on the go as well. So they are trying to expand TMX pipeline. well, increase the output, optimize it a bit more. I think they're talking about dredging, dredging in Vancouver. So that means it takes sand out of the ocean. It gets it deeper. So to my understanding, you can get a tanker into port to fill up, but you can't fill it to full capacity. That's the problem, right? So the more oil you put in a super tanker, the more it sinks, right? That's just how it works, right? Too much weight, right? So they've got a restriction on how much they can put inside their holds, right? Currently, because they don't want them to get grounded out, right? So what they'll do is they're doing dredging to try to, clear things up. They get the super tankers in and get them filled to full capacity. So I think that's probably about all of the updates that I can think of right now. Updates. Things still are, hair pulling with, U.S. trade and everything. I don't know how that's going to go or what happen with that. Right now, it's like, well, we don't want to talk to each other. Here we go. We'll leave it at that. I think there is some talks happening, though. It's just not in the forefront. So what I understand is I think the U.S. and Mexico have had bilateral meetings, and there has been some yammerings with our government, with Mexico, and also with the United States. But they're not really talking too much about it. So, mainly the idea is, as Prime Minister Carney has mentioned, we don't want to negotiate in public, right? No, people just get upset, right? So they're just doing it behind closed doors. And then just talking a little bit about it, but not giving too much information. There's plenty of things to get done, so see what happens, I guess. For me, with gas, we did see an uptick in gas and oil, but now it's come back down. So, like, we're hitting about, what, $1.84? Or $1.84 a liter. Which isn't much of a difference, to tell you the truth. Compared to what I have been doing filling up before. But it does fluctuate. I'm going to point that out right now. It does fluctuate. So I have seen this past week it go back up to like $2.06 a liter for regular gasoline or petrol. I think last week or the week before, on my live stream, I mentioned the cost going up to like $2.20. That's pretty expensive, really, in my opinion. I was getting concerned. Like, this is getting ridiculous, right? And then it came back down. So companies are trying to figure out ways to make it cheaper. their own way. Now, Canadians do have options still to make the oil even more cheaper for us. So, to my knowledge, I think they reduced or removed carbon tax, which is a carbon tax that we have. So that money goes to the government, basically. So that has been removed till September. They can still remove provincial sales tax. They've got, what else? Government sales tax, which is GST. If you're from the Commonwealth country like New Zealand or the UK, or Australia, I think you guys have heard of GST, right? So federal government can remove that as well if they want to. We have, I don't know if you guys have provincial sales tax. So we have provincial sales tax, which is for the provinces, as I had mentioned earlier. So they set rates. That's up to the provincial government to decide. So that would be like Daniel Smith and Premier Eby. They have to make that decision. I think in Alberta, I don't think they tax their citizens on oil and gas. But my province, there is a provincial sales tax. So charge that. The other thing that they can do is they can, I don't think they removed the commercial carbon tax. So the commercial carbon tax means that it's still applied to truckers, I believe. That's why diesel costs are so high in Canada. If I'm not mistaken, because I don't think they took them off. There used to be a time where diesel was cheaper than what I pay to fill up my vehicle. Now it's like crazy amount. So whether they do that, I don't know. But companies will just offload that on the consumer, right? Some trucking companies have tried to keep it as cheap as possible, but a few private owners have indicated on the news that I've been forgiving for a wee bit, but now I need to go ahead and start charging higher fees for transporting freight around the country, just so I can fill my tank. Some truckers have just decided to just park their truck and do something, which means they got out of the business altogether. We'll have to see what happens. So I think that covers that. Digital ID, right? Or biometric ID and stuff. If you're in the UK or Australia, or New Zealand, I think it as well. No, there's an age restriction that you need to be a certain age and can access to Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, right? So we are implementing that in Canada, somewhat. So we have one province that's doing it. They put it into law. So we'll have to see what happens with that. So in Canada, we like to, because we have such a large population. So we have like 10 provinces and I think 3 territories for Canada. They're all unique and they're all diverse, and they've got their own little niche. We're pretty much like 13 little countries, confederation, pretty much, right? So the benefit, sometimes a major decision like that, like I think we watched that there was a huge blowback, I think in the UK and other parts of the world with the implementation of digital ID, and restrictions on doing things a certain way. So how they do it is they say, well, we'll take one province and we'll see if we can get a provincial government to test it out. So we have one province that has this law. I think you have to be 16 or older to access Facebook and YouTube. So they put it in. It is a law now, I believe, last that I checked. So they put it in place, and then eventually they're going to figure out, well, how do we enforce it? I don't think they have an answer on how to enforce it quite yet. So they'll run this for about a year or so and see how it plays out and develop it. And then we'll have it rolled out in Canada. I think what else? We do have some federal bills that are coming out that are pretty gnarly. Some people consider it a little bit of quite a bit of an overreach on privacy. So without a warrant, the RCMP or the government can go ahead and access information or request information on subscriptions and stuff like that. And that can be everything from your internet service provider to Netflix, to your VPN. Now, this part is the part that people from another country might want to pay attention to. So the laws that we're putting in are going to put VPN companies out of business, essentially, to a degree, depending on whoever wants to use them. Right? They can ask for IP and DNS information that is sent through the VPN, see everything that you're doing, essentially. This also extends to anything that's a digital document. So if you have something that's digitized, some people have feared that it could mean that, you know, if your lawyer has a digital copy of something, well, you might have access to that, perhaps. Banking system, everything pretty much. Anything digital service or uses an internet connection or is digitized in a way. That includes ETF accounts, cryptocurrency accounts. So a federal minister can access that information without a warrant, and also federal police forces or even provincial municipal police forces to agree. They can run an investigation without your knowledge, and they don't have to let you know either. The companies that hand that information over have to sign non-disclosure agreements as well. So this is the sort of legislation that we're looking at in Canada. I think it's in the committee at the moment. So we have a Senate, and it goes in the committee and Senate hearings and stuff like that. And they discuss it. So we'll have to see how it plays out, or they might modify it. This is the second attempt that this legislation went up. There was another version, but it was way too strict. So they reworded it, and now they got the next batch up there. So we'll have to see how that goes. So, folks in other parts of the world may want to pay attention to that a little bit. We only signed on to upping um, our legislation based on what the rest of the world is, right? One of the key things I think our government noticed was, well, people are getting around it with VPNs, right? So we're taking it to the next step, which is to just kick out VPNs as a hindrance, right? So if it becomes successful here, other parliaments or other governments around the world might say, well, Canada was able to do it. Maybe we can do the same thing, right? So in UK, you see it, you see it in Australia, you see it in New Zealand, that sort of thing. I don't think it'll go to the United States. I can probably safely say if you guys get a Democrat government, you're probably going to get it. Because there is Democrats that have been trying to put legislation up of that nature to try to get, you know, I don't know, some sort of digital ID thing going. I go to congress.gov and I see these bills going up. Do they get anywhere at the moment? No, but uh, it's just something to be aware of. The other thing too is every once you put that foundation in, other countries, other companies start mandating, or they start making it a policy or that too. Sometimes it's not even government that does it. Like you take Meta as an example, they have some pretty interesting, privacy rules and stuff like that. How they manage their company because they wanted control over it. They don't really want oversight from the government, so they say, well, we'll just put the rules in ourselves, right? So you may see companies that already have invested money into the framework. They'll just dump it on everyone, pretty much. Oh, there's something to be aware of. Hello, Jody Beard. Welcome in. How are you today? Go up here. I'm gonna have to. This is still growing. I'm gonna need. I think I need a sleep trigger now. But yeah, the world's changing. Crazy. Sorts of things happen here. That's like so much. I think covered Canadian news. How's your farm going? It is going fantastic. I just got the planting done, so now I need to go with sleep trigger. I got a property income of 3,000. Must be a solar panel. Rain coming in here. Oh, see here. I think this is my canola. I don't think I can harvest right now. It's raining. So run over here. I have to check my other field. This one is ready to harvest too. I got soybeans on the go, but I can't harvest yet because it's raining. I need a weather. October. It should be sunny right now. It will be sunny at some point. I think probably at about 1800 hours or 10 a.m. I might be able to start harvesting at 10 a.m. Might I might sleep trigger to 10 a.m. We can harvest some of this stuff. Run all the way back to my, like a kangaroo. Hippity hop, hippity hop, hippity hop. I'm gonna sleep trigger till 10. There we go. Sun's coming out. Slightly. Plant. Okay, I need to get a harvester out. My harvester over here. I got 2 fields that I need to harvest. Oh, we'll go over here. What we can do. I got that growing over there. Hook up the crate trailer. I'm gonna move my other stuff down here. I'm gonna cut open this area. Back up. And then I can get like equipment in here. Key. So I have a truck that I need to move over here. And I have an auger wagon. I'll cut open. Go this way. So how are things going on your farm, Jody? Any new updates? Nothing exciting, or have you tried a new map? Go this way. I'm gonna back up now. We'll park the combine, and I'm gonna get my other equipment. See what we can do. All right, we got a truck to get down here. We've got an auger wagon to bring down. Get this guy there. I love the engine on this thing, by the way. Has that interesting sound. Some pigs. Gotta park this here. Need to bring... I'm gonna bring this one. Use the Massey Ferguson. I haven't used this yet. Horn. Take the auger wagon out. Be all good to go. There we go. All hooked up. Our way over here. Okay. So that I take them back here. All right. Laying behind the combine. Good. Off we go. So we're doing canola. I also have a field of soybeans that I need to do. This is one of the larger fields that I have. So this stuff will just get sold. Head and sell it. Taken care of. I think this will take a little longer than the other fields because it's larger. The soybean field is massive size. I'm hoping that I can get right to the end because I have a roadway at the end of this strip of fence. Mind you, there is some holes in the fence here. I noticed. I can probably do something there. I guess my fuel is a little low, isn't it? Concern. Go through fuel queue quite a bit, I noticed. So this will go into storage, and then we will eventually get to trucking it down to the cargo lot. I don't think it's cargo. No, at one point it was cargo. Sure, it is still cargo. Anyways, the grain elevators sell it. Which should be good. And I don't know what I'm going to plan in here, but figure it out. Quite full at 41%. This is a low grade yield too, by the way. There's no fertilizer or lime on it. We'll probably eventually get some of that product on here at one point. Have to be patient, see what happens. Here. I watched an interesting YouTube video the other day. Sometimes I like to watch like people cook stuff. I was watching a barbecue live streamer, and he likes to do steak. Basically took a teriyaki sauce and Dr. Pepper, mixed it together and marinated the steak for I think it was a couple of days. I thought that was kind of interesting. He didn't go any longer than that because he noticed that there was like some white stuff showing on it or something. I don't know what it was. He doesn't. I have a feeling it was just a reaction, chemical reaction with, you know, the soda. It kind of almost like reminded me of root beer. Put root beer and ice cream together and you get that like foaminess. I have a feeling that's what all it was. Anyways, he didn't like it, so he only let it marinate for 2 days, I think. And then he decided to fry it up. That it was kind of like a very sweet, tangy kind of steak. Would I try that? Probably not. Not that experimental. Kind of, can't really picture a steak being sweet. This just seems wrong to me. I don't know. Well, mind you, you do have barbecue sauce. I guess some barbecue sauces are sweet, right? I don't know. Maybe it can work. But I don't know. I don't think it's something I would want to touch. But I don't know. If someone gave me a small cube of steak that's that way, then maybe I might try it out. I don't know. Just how it is. So, thought that was interesting. What else did I watch? Of anything else that caught my interest on YouTube this past week that I've watched. I'm trying to think. I do watch quite a bit of different YouTube stuff from time. I watched a bit of ASMR this week. For some reason, some of that sort of jumped into my live feed. Watched a bit of that. There's a girl from Korea doing enactment of running a. Is it running a pharmacy? I guess. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. She had like the whole outfit and a lot of props and stuff. So props to her on that for creativity. A lot of them usually just get a speaker. They just do like odd sounds in front of like take shampoo bottle and just start squeezing it in front of the microphone. Like, okay. That's interesting. Okay, I gotta stop here. Hopefully the train doesn't hit my go get grain cart up this over here. All right, off we go. Yeah, should I went with this is pretty heavy. So I watched that. I watched my regular YouTube channels for Farm Sim. Kiwi I watched this week as well. And Eric the Crazy Viking. He's doing like what do you call it? From scratch kind of. Like it's kind of interesting. Like cutting down trees and doing some mining with terraform and putting down a farm. Landscaping. My combine got hit by that train. Oh, left the arm. Nope, still sitting. Fine. Anyway, so I watched a bit of that this past. Watched it. I forget his name. Watched another content creator doing PV Rivers. He's doing something similar to what I'm doing, Rivers, which I thought was cool. Yeah. Never watched his channel before, but it just came up on my feed. Watched him for a bit this past week. Let's see what you're doing. He's doing it a different way though. He's doing the logging, but he's doing it directly from the sawmill, as opposed to what I'm doing. I went down the mountain slope a little bit. Take that out. Can't stay on the track for too long. Offload. Hopefully the train doesn't come. Knock my tractor. Just turn on. There's a lot of beeping going on in the combine stuff. Turn the blade on. Probably fit a few loads in. Park it behind this. All right. Off we go. More canola. So new changes coming to YouTube soon. Watch a bit of that. They're doing like ingestion. As I understand it, you'll have like currently most people, when they do a live stream, they will basically put, what is it, a separate streaming feed, which is sort of what I do, right? Then they will have their main horizontal, have a vertical and a horizontal, and they'll have two streaming feeds to pump it out. We're going to be changing that to just create one profile for your live stream. So your tags, your description, title, your thumbnail, and that will give you, that profile will give you two streaming feeds. Or you can program it with two streaming. And then that will, then you set that up with your OBS, Meld Studio, or Prism Studio, whatever you're using for live streams. And that will merge the chat, essentially, and give content creators the ability to put their own custom overlays, which is sort of what I do. The current dual streaming doesn't allow it. It just kind of takes the horizontal live stream and just sort of makes it look really ugly. So I imagine probably before summer, maybe in June, we'll probably see this new ingestion approach to live streaming coming. Should be pretty cool. Let's see, on Twitch, as you guys know, I'm live streaming on Twitch. I have basically copyrighted music playing in there. So if you, that's why I've been mentioning, if you want to listen to music, you can follow me on Twitch. I've got it set up where most people don't know this, but people on Twitch, they can actually play copyrighted music as long as you ensure that it doesn't show up in the video on demand, which is the VOD. So when a live stream ends, it switches over to a video format. So if you set it up correctly, that music will not show up inside the VOD, essentially, right? So the music is only going to play during the live stream, but anyone that watches the, the replay of that live stream will not have the music show up, essentially. That's sort of how it works, right? So you don't have that ability on other, streaming services because they don't allow users to separate the track. But anyways, if you want to listen to music, you can listen to it on my Twitch stream. I'm putting that pinned at the top. You can hit me up with a follow too, because sometimes I go live on Twitch. I don't always go live on YouTube. I have subscriptions enabled on there, and bit enabled on Twitch. I'm trying to figure all of that out, so that's all available somewhat. I just gotta figure it out. I probably will send myself my own Twitch Prime, so I'm a Prime subscriber, so I probably will pay myself, I guess, as a subscriber, I suppose, as a part of figuring out how it all works, I guess. So usually I use my Twitch Prime elsewhere, so see what happens. Oh, fun. Something new to learn, I guess. There's a lot more stuff on like Twitch for setting, thing like that. So I'm just sort of taking my time figuring it all out. It's different. I go on live on there for fun, They have some interesting stuff on Twitch too, because you can like partner up with other content creators to do things, and you can share the Twitch viewers somehow. I think that's kind of. They also got their vertical clipping functionality too. I don't know how that works either. All sorts of stuff on Twitch that slowly reading up on, thing like that. So, go figure. Kind of interesting. I don't know what Kick does though. I haven't been on Kick in. Have to relook at that too during summer, I guess. As we get in this summer, that's usually when people have more time off. So people are already off for summer already, right? So some people have like May and June off. Then some people have June and July off. Some people have July, August off, and some people have August, September off, right? So North America is call it boom time for video games, I guess. And then when it's in the winter time, usually that's like the southern hemisphere, like New Zealand and Australia. Their summer breaks during the winter months. Should be interesting. You got all sorts of interesting people come out. Trolls. I think I get trolls like every summer, while on a live stream from time to time. Which is just the way it is. Other time frames, not so much. Anything real groundbreaking for live streaming, not so much. I mean, there is still Spark, as I mentioned, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't really played with it too much. I mean, other than the overlays that I have, like that. The thing is when you live stream, got a lot of, you've only got so much real estate. Not a big fan of like putting too much stuff on live stream. Yep. But I do have it installed in my OBS. So OBS does have Spark AI available. A lot of people thought, well, it's just going to be only for Meld Studio, but nope. Like Meld Studio said, well, we better release it on OBS. Which is probably the smart thing to do. And I'll tell you why. Oh, crap. I gotta get off the crap. My point of what I was saying is if they didn't build a plugin for OBS, someone else is just going to do it and make it free. There is still a bit of a cost to it, though. I think, like with any AI program, or most of them, you need to pay something at some point. Unless you gotta wait your turn, right? If you do with the free, there is free, but you gotta wait, right? Like some sort of like bits or currency or whatever to generate what you want to generate. AI Spark or Spark AI has that function too. You can, buy extra credits to build something, whatever. So, but I use the free version. I've gotten quite a bit of stuff out of it for free. So, but like if you're trying to build an entire stream setup, like that's not what I'm doing at all. Like I already build everything myself. So, but I would say you probably want to use your traditional methods. Don't go too crazy, I guess. So you could probably build stuff slowly, I would say, with the Spark AI. One thing that I did notice is that if you build something for one scene, you can't really copy it over. I haven't been able to see that. Just one way that they're trying to get more money out of people, I guess, I suppose, or to make it profitable. So most of what I've got is just on my main scene. So I don't have to rebuild all of that again on others. So I don't know. Just depends on what you want to build, really, but for your live stream. I think it's going to be just an extra tool that's there. I build credits when I don't use it. Just sits there, really. But if there's ever a moment where I want to build something quick on the fly or something, it'll be available to me during the live stream. Cut out the that was a pig. Pig. Hopefully I can make it around the field. Load. Uniform up a little bit. Should have put this as 2 headlands instead of just the one. Oh well, it I don't know what I'm going to buy next. The I've been trying to be conservative, purchase. So, but I know that I'm going to have quite a bit of extra cash available. All said and done. Probably going to have to fill this. See what happens. Yes. I'm also going to be doing the straw harvest DLC on this map. So, as you know, on PB Rivers, I mentioned on one of my live streams that I cannot do straw harvest because there's too many fill types. You can do it sort of, I was told, but if you want to dump anything to the ground, it just won't do it. You're just straight out of luck with that. So I'm going to be doing straw harvest on here. That would be fantastic. It was one of my favorite mods. Was it FS25? I did that. I want to try to combine it with the MacDon pack. Do some more of that. So you'll probably see a lot of MacDon in this particular series, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to be doing course play in auto drive, a lot more course play in auto drive on this map as well, especially when I start buying more fields. That's going to happen pretty quick. I've turned seasons off, so that means as soon as a field is ready to plant, okay, oh, planting. So it's going to be constant harvesting, constant work of that nature. There's no trees on this map. Well, there is trees, but there's no forest. It's not going to be a really huge. It's not going to be focused on forest. Oh. That's going to be a lot more field work. Just going to dump that in. So that should give you guys kind of an idea of what we're going to be doing here on Western Australia. I'm going to fill this up with gas. pretty low. Already on this side of the field, so might be able to get the entire field done. I do have some of the productions from PV Rivers on this map too, so I'm going to try that out. So I've never done that. I've never taken PV River mods and tried. Interesting. If this is refilled at the tank, might have to buy some fuel. I think I can buy it directly from the cauldron. Out that fill. Right. I'm gonna back this up. Close. Hi. 10,000 liters. I'm going to be using up a lot of diesel, I think. So yeah, that'll be the plan. Oh, what happened? Up. Off we go. So we're going to start doing our ups and downs on this. I've got 2 headlands. That should be okay. So it should be fantastic. Happens. Yeah, I'm excited to be on Western Australia again. If a 4X version comes out, I'll probably move up to the 4X version if one gets released. So for now, I will stay on the standard size for now, I guess. See what happens, I guess. What else? As you know, I'm trying to hit 1,000 subs, so I will be doing a community event live stream. I think I might even do it on Western Australia. I think. Because I want to do a harvest. I'll just set all of the fields to corn. Just do a massive corn harvest. Perhaps on map. We'll see. Happens, I guess. It's gonna be interesting. The fee. Also, I'm going to be using a lot of Plains and Prairie pack, I think, too. Haven't really used a lot of that yet. I've used the versatile tractors, as you know, on TV Rivers, but I haven't really gotten into really big fields on that map. So, but this one has a fairly large size field, so I'm optimistic. I think we'll be some of the larger planters. Yeah, so I'm excited about that. See what happens, I guess. For now, we're going to get lots of money. Lots of money is going to come out pretty quick, I think, this map, because, like I said, I'm doing seasons. As quickly as I can harvest and as quickly as I can, plant, means I can get the stuff to market, right? Looks like that property's fenced in quite, isn't it? The other property that I have to. Hopefully I don't have any more rain in the forecast anytime soon. I think I do. I still got one more field to do, so. The other field is even larger than this one, so that will be interesting. Hey, there's pigs over there. Field's okay with that. So my yield is about, I think, 70%. 60 to 70% yield. That's because it's not fertilized, it's not weeded. To the end. Been pretty good. The main yard, I'm going to probably sell the large barn. A big white barn. Sell that. Just so that I have more space. I'm also wondering maybe if I can like move the silo somewhere else. It's a bit tight to get around the corner with the truck. So I don't particularly like that. So I might change that. Just have to wait, I guess. Think some crop here. Oh, fine. Just that little bit there, but I'm not bothered with it. going to get a larger combine as well. So my combine fleet on here is going to get upgraded. Hopefully. 10,000 fills up too much. Hit that tree. Skip a row here. Cut into the other row in a here. 5. Cut of X this. And then when I'm on the way back, I'll just simply do a switch. Yeah, tractor. It's over there. Tractor get sold, I think. Walk it out with some. Get under. All right, all the way to the end we go. So I'm going to take a wide turn at the end, and I'll come down on the right hand side here, and then I'll eventually switch rows. Near the end, when on the way back, of course. Gotta figure out how I'm going to get into the other field. I think I have an entry on the right. I just have to come in on this field and sort of turn it. But I sort of hard to say. We'll see. Take a look at our map. I will probably want to put industry on here. So my plan will be to use field 1, I think. Or 4. Probably. One of the two. So put it like a grain mill down. Like that. Cow barn. Do a wide turn here. Why I missed that little bit there. So that's fence. Short fence though. Go down here. And then we'll be crossing over to the right because remember I turned out. Right? Oh. Get to that segment. Like going to use some interesting equipment probably on come forward. I'm hoping that I can upgrade my combine. New combine in. Better. Have to turn soon. I'm gonna go all the way forward, then I'm gonna back up the right side. Here. Yep. go, and I'll be able to do a much wider turn. To get to the here. Which isn't too shabby. Hit the trees. Oh. Off we go. Oot. See how far I can make it down the field before I have to unload. I might have wanted to do maybe 3 headlands or 4. See what I should have. I gotta go get my tractor. I think I'm gonna have to unload this and probably. Tried to keep the spout between the two. To center. I might be able to get one more load in here. I'm gonna go empty. That go. This is heavy. 20% of the truck's full. I'm gonna go empty the truck. Oh, is this an electric vehicle? Oh, crap. I don't have a charging station. That's why it sounds so different. This is an electric vehicle. Wow. Electric transport truck. I'm gonna need a charging station for this. Oh boy. That's crazy. Like, this sounds different. I don't know if this is base game, this truck. It must. I did not know that there was a electric transport truck. I just noticed it because I looked at the gas gauge and it looked like a battery. It's like, oh, why? Good to know. Because I'm going to go up. If I hadn't noticed that, I'm going to run out of gas and I'm going to pull up to the gas thing. I'm going to be like, oh, can't fill this up. That's going to be a problem. Half, wouldn't it? Interesting engine, anyways. All right. All right, off we go. Good thing I paid attention to that. So I'm gonna have to put a charging station down on my farm, or else I'm not gonna be able to recharge my battery. That's gonna be a problem. I'm going to skip a row again. Get to the end here. Probably gonna have to fill this up when I with gasoline done field. Yes. Take me a while to feel done. Sure. All right. And pivot. To the end. Maybe it won't be so bad. I'm on the longer stretch. If you take a look at my yield map in the lower left, if it's on your screen, you'll notice that it starts to narrow. So it may not be so bad. It's already starting to narrow a little bit. There is hope there. I also want to get equipment for hay. Do that as well. And for that. So if I'm going to do straw harvest, that's another thing. All that equipment to get. Interesting. And I map it all out in my brain. So we're coasting along here, this field of canola. 60%. To the end. I'll be optimizing yield at some point too. So I've got all sorts of equipment that I gotta upgrade and buy. Just gonna take some. So my initial harvest will all get sold. Profit. Want to do at least one more headland. one more headland here. I don't like bumping into the tree. Bit more narrower. So last weekend I saw, what was it? A Mortal Kombat 2 theater. I think they did a reasonably good job, actually. It felt more balanced compared to the first movie. So I'm going to give them like, I'm going to say like a 8 out of 10. The Cole Young character, he does die, but he may come back. Mortal Kombat 1 wasn't too bad. I mean, I think people liked it for the special effects and everything, but there was some grievances with it. People are like, well, who the heck is this Cole Young guy, right? Create a brand new superhero out of the whole thing. So I think they were smart and changed up and brought in Johnny Cage again. I don't know. I think they're becoming balanced, I guess. Cole Young's character, I guess that's a spoiler. They could bring him back, by the way. Now, every characters die in Mortal Kombat, right? Back. So, just how it is. Also, they're going into the Nether realm. I'm saying probably spoiled here. Sorry. But yeah, they did a really good job. Overall. Better than Mortal Kombat 1. They improved on it. Good. Watch Devils Wear Prada as well. That was a good movie. I mean, it's not an action flick or anything like that, but it's pretty funny. I watched the first one with the first one. Second one was good. I think people wanted one out sooner, but I always say this, you know, sometimes you need to let a movie breathe a little bit before you do a sequel, right? In that particular movie, I think it went well because it's about fashion. So, as you know, the work industry and the fashion industry all changed, right? In the 10 years from between the first film and the second film. So I think they were able to add a bit more to it. That reason. So, just a thought that I have on it, but Mario Brothers, I wanted to go see that. I don't know. I might go. They've already got it available on Prime. So that's pretty amazing. The first Mario Brothers movie was good. I went to see it in theaters. I haven't seen the second one. I might. No, I noticed that it costs more to rent it on Amazon Prime than to go into a theater to watch it. So yeah, I probably should go to the theater to watch it. Right? Just depends on if you buy food, of course, at the theater. So if you buy food, then it is more expensive at the theater. But admissions cost, it's cheaper. comparison. So maybe I might go see that this weekend or something. I was just shocked to see it that it was on Prime already to buy or rent or both. And for shows, I am rewatching Battlestar Galactica. So I'm on the 4th, getting to the end of that soon. That's good. I am watching, what is it? Montana, I think it is. It's like the Yellowstone series. They're in U.S. Marshals. I've watched that. I've watched the Madison. Well, so wide selection. And then I am also watching, is it Commandment? I don't remember what the show is. It's based on, it's the sequel to, I have to look at it. That whole series about Gilead, right? Where, I don't know, this fundamental Christian society, fascist society takes over America and slaves women, stuff like that, because it's post-apocalyptic and people can't reproduce. Handmaid's Tale, that's it, is sequel to that. Watching that, kind of crazy what happens in that show. So I think that's getting renewed for a 2nd season, I think. Well, see what happens there. Let's see. The Star Wars film will be interesting to watch, The Mandalorian. I think they did a good thing by starting the series and then moving into a movie. I think the movie will do great. And I don't know what they're doing with Marvel. So hasn't been, I think they want to do Marvel Doomsday, bring back Robert Downey Jr. So how that's all going to play out, I don't know. I think the writer's strike kind of slowed things down a little bit. What was that, last year? And I think movies have been just a slow recovery is the best way of describing it, I guess. So we'll just have to see what happens, I guess. I didn't watch the new Superman movie. Don't know. That one. I was never really a big DC fan, I'll be honest with you guys. I've been more of a Marvel fan. So, sorry. You're a DC fan. What else? Game of Thrones is coming back. I got some more. What is it? The Knight's Tale version of Game of Thrones. Missing a few episodes of that. Catch up on that. And then House of Dragons is coming for the, what, 3rd season or 4th? Watch that. I'm hoping Dune 3 does well. So that's supposed to come pretty soon. That's Frank Herbert's book, the Dune series. So I've watched it. I've watched the shows, the miniseries, the original. Caught up on 1 and 2 of the series. I'm not caught up on the books. I've read a few of the books. The books are a little bit of a dry read, for the most part, because there's a lot of dialogue in it, right? There's not a lot of action. It would be like almost like a play, pretty much. Stage play. So I never really got too big into that. But I've been watching the cinematic and film and TV show adaptation. I'm hoping that the Dune TV series continues on. Well, I assume we're getting another season. Probably in the fall, I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess. Yo. The other part of the problem with the film stuff is that there's some I think Warner Brothers is trying to sell itself, right? So we had the writer strike, and then got the this sell off of Warner Brothers, and I know Netflix and I think Paramount were trying to fight over it. I don't, but it's all over the place. I think that's part of the problem. I don't know if there was an actor's strike, because usually there's an actor's strike too. So when these strikes happen, then sometimes it just throws everything. Shows. And I'm not a big reality TV person. I don't watch, like, I don't know, Survivor or Kardashians or that. I don't watch my forte. Too soap opera-ish, I guess. I usually like sci-fi or political thrillers, action, that sort of thing. Stay in there. Sometimes I watch comedies and maybe some light dramas, I guess. Or like Devil's Wear Prada, right? That's like a drama comedy, right? That. But usually I stay in the more politics or science fiction, Star Trek, Babylon 5 sort of thing. I may break the rule if there's a particular actor I like. Like, I think I started watching, what is it? FBI, CIA? No, not CIA. Is the guy who plays Lucifer or whatnot. Let me. CIA show. I guess Lucifer is that's a deep character. Happened to my tractor go. Oh, it's way over here. Go fill this up. Yeah. Better turn on the blade. That spits. If you get the blade running, I notice it spits out the grain quicker. Why it does that, I don't know. I don't know if it does that even in real life, too. It probably does. Oh, look at that. Little headers there. Alright. Off we go. Prop. No! Oh, crap. That's bad. Crop destruction. It's actually a pretty warm day today, 22 degrees Celsius. It's sun has gone down. I would have thought it would have dropped by now. It seems to be holding steady at 22. That's interesting. So we're rolling into June, so I guess it's expected. Start cranking up the heat. Gets really hot in July. For me, anyways. Does it get as hot as Texas temperatures? No. And so, but it's hot for me. That way. I have a viewer named Michael who's from Texas. He keeps informed on the temperature down there. We don't get anywhere near his temperatures, which is kind of crazy. We definitely get colder than Texas, that's for sure. Even in my climate, during the winter time. Go to other parts of Canada that just really freezing. So I tried some Medieval Dynasty the other day. I Twitch streamed it. The VOD's still up there. Start on Medieval. It won. Not a bad game. It's a bit of a slow start for me, though. You gotta have a bit of a patience. There's a lot of mechanisms in it. Oh. I might revisit it again. Live stream. So far I've got a house built, and I think I've got a storage built as well. So it took a lot of chopping down wood. Now I built a stone house as well, so it took me a while to get that going. Welcome in, Kiwi. Thank you for joining the live stream, sir. Guys should be able to hit him up with a follow or a sub. Does some great work on his live stream. and he does. He's actually pretty. I'd have to say, very multiplayer friendly too. And what I mean by that is that he does his live stream. Um, and he has that when he does a multiplayer live stream, pretty much everyone can be included for the most part, which is cool. So if you're like a console system or something like that, right? You'll be able to get. He'll set up a map or a multiplayer session with console friendly mods. Makes it really easy for you. Stuff like that. So great community over there with Kiwi. So how are you doing, Mr. Kiwi? Yeah. So I started with that. So I could have went with the wood. My question though, I couldn't make I couldn't do the roof. So what I did was I took the base stone design, and I couldn't do planks. So I edited the design to put a thatch roof over the stone. So I was kind of wondering, can you change the house? You know? Do you know if you can change the house? So like I was just forced to put a thatch roof on my stone house because I couldn't do planks because I guess the schematic said planks. So I edited just the roof to do thatch so I could put that on. And then I was sitting there wondering, well, I wonder if I can just upgrade the roof later on. Do you know if you're allowed to upgrade the roof in the construction menu or change it after it's built? So I started thinking about that. I was like, yeah, you can upgrade. Okay, good. Okay. That'll be handy because I was getting a little nervous. I was like, well, I don't really want to have 2 or 3 houses put down, right? Well, I guess you supposedly would have 2 or 3 houses per villager. But it's good to know that I can go ahead and upgrade it. So that's what I did. And I need to flirt with someone. Nobody in town wants to flirt with me, so I guess I'll have to be careful or mindful whenever that comes available. Either I'm too old or I'm too young or they're not interested or something like that. So I'm trying to do that quest. Next time I go on, I'll have to figure that out. But it's a fun game overall. It's kind of chill and relaxing, you know. Just start chopping wood, collect stone and stuff. Build a village makes life easier. Okay. And that's what I will focus on when I get on there again. Oh, I got another question. So there was some rock, and I eventually figured out where I can pick the rock. Do you know when, like, it says it's depleted? Do you know when it refreshes? Because where I'm situated now, I think I have to go quite far now to get more stone. So that's the other problem that I have right now. I don't know when the depletion goes away and I re-hit those rocks. Flirt with the travelers, they become your wife. And villagers. Okay. Those are the people by the fire pit, isn't it? There's some people by the fire pit. Have to try that again. So I'll find those people and I'll see if I can flirt with them. I should be good. So that'll probably be done on my next game session. And then I gotta figure out rocks. Oh. I don't know where the mines are. I guess I'll have to find those. At the fire pit? Okay. So I'll go to the fire pit the next time I play. I'll try flirting, get my villagers, my wife. Then I'll have to go look for a mine. Okay. See you when you get back. In case anyone's wondering what the heck I'm talking about Medieval Dynasty. It's another game that I started playing. So I am such a... oh, my dog's over here. Where are you over here, puppy? You hungry? This is the first time I've ever seen this. The dog way over here. Maybe because I cut the crop down, it's going into other parts. This full. Off. Put the auger in. There we go. So yeah, play a little bit of that. It kind of has like a farming simulator feel to it. It's a like a survival simulator. It's very chill. That you just simply just play and do different small tasks and stuff like that in the game. I think if you're a beginner, I would just take your time with it. But there's no real rush. But I say take your time because there's a lot of menus in there, stuff like that. So it's not everybody's cup of tea, but if you do like Satisfactory, I don't know, Age of Conan, even as a farm sim player, you'll probably maybe enjoy it a little bit. If you want more of a challenge to it. And you do everything like by hand, and you're like a medieval person. You're a peasant. Build your village up. Oh, I see it. And make your own clothing, make your own house, sorts of things. So I'm not an expert at it. That's just the basic understanding that I have of it. So I'm learning it. A little bit easier than Stars. What is it? Starfield? So it's just, you just jump on. You can. There's not a lot of action in it or anything. Well, I guess you could, because there's, like, you got to go hunting. I killed like 2 deer, so that went well with spears. So that was kind of interesting. Yeah. Then you make clothing out of it and then cook the meat too. I'll have to revisit that. I'm gonna try to get some more stone, find these mines that Kiwi was talking about. Either that or wait until the season is over and I can pack up stones that are near my house. So, and there's farming in it too. Like you can plant like a row of wheat if you want. You can buy cows and chickens and stuff. The interesting game. Neat. Takes up quite a bit of time though. I can see. So, but don't think too much about that. You just save the game, do it later. Just use the same premise of Farm Sim, really. Playing it. What else? I've watched a bit of the Subnautica 2 live streams too. That seems like an interesting. I got Subnautica 1. Been thinking of doing a couple of Twitch streams of that. Something, because I've already got it. A little fun on that. Haven't finished the first, so I don't think I'll go for the second one. Haven't finished the first one, so just stick with the first one from there. So I think for Twitch, I'm going to probably do like different games and stuff like that. Because I do have a lot of games in my library that I have that I haven't even touched or played. So a lot of them are free that I've got for the years and stuff like that. So I thought, well, I might as well just play them. I'm just reading them on Twitch, them out, stuff like that. Something else to do, I guess. And then YouTube, I'm probably going to stay with mainly Farming Simulator and perhaps maybe some World of Warcraft live. I think I diluted my channel because I was doing really great in February, and then all of a sudden something fell apart. Oh, something broke. So I was like, oh dear. But I don't. There's probably, I think, other things going on. Like there's other channels that have like that aren't even related to what I do for live streaming that have indicated that there's been an algorithmic change or switch or something like that. So I guess it's just in the same sandbox as everyone else, right? Everybody isn't getting like algorithmic visibility as much. So, like I said, I watch all sorts of topics, right? I just don't watch like gaming videos. I watch political channels. I watch cooking channels. I watch content creators that teach you how to make content. I watch all sorts of stuff, right? I keep on hearing the same thing from everybody, right? Well, not everybody, but most people saying there's something funky going on the algorithm. So just let it go, I guess. What happened? Some people have given advice on it, but I honestly, like, even the experts are like scratching their heads on it. Right? Some of them say, well, it's this or it's that, right? But we have to just wait and see what they do, I guess, with the algorithm. Oh. Some people have said that, you know, their income is affected for it. So my channel is more like a hobby channel, right? So I don't, not like a bread and butter kind of, but there's people that, you know, do YouTube and content creation for a living, right? And some of them have indicated, well, it's affecting my paycheck, right? So it's going across the board. So whether you're a big channel or small channel, it doesn't really matter. I think everybody's trying to figure out, well, why is it happening? Got the auger out. But I can honestly say that they're doing some good stuff with YouTube. They're gonna finally get the vertical and horizontal stuff straightened. I'm going to guess we'll probably see it available next month, I think. Because there's a short video that came out last week. So they probably want to get it together before June or during June, because that's usually when a lot of people start watching YouTube and Twitch and all of that. That's when more people start live streaming, I think, that. So I think they're going to try to get it out before, at the beginning of summer, basically, in the northern hemisphere. Just have to wait and see, I guess. In case anyone's wondering how it's going to work, from the short video, my understanding is that when you set up a live stream, you're going to get two streaming keys. One streaming key for your horizontal, one for your vertical. And then everything is programmed into the one profile. So that means whoever's watching you on vertical or horizontal, it'll be just one chat. So hopefully it will work out. It will save me a ton of time. So because what it means is I can set up one stream. That means one title, one thumbnail, one description, one set of tags, and one set of everything, all in one profile. And then that information is sent out to two streaming feeds. So I think it'll be great. And then at the same time, I can, you know, keep everyone in one chat, essentially. But nobody sees the whole multi-chat overlay anyway, so it doesn't matter, because I don't know, I just don't I just don't put a chat up on my live stream. I just find that I don't know. I want to use my screen real estate for other things. So when they get this whole thing off and going, it'll be a good thing. So I'll be happy about it. Yes, and other content creators too. There we go. New Zealand won't see the new YouTube stuff until December. Okay. So, well, I didn't get a definitive date, but because I saw the short video, I'm going to guess they're going to try to push it out before North America and Northern Hemisphere summer start, right? So I guess we'll have to see if we get it. So I'm guessing we'll get it before you guys. And then December is your guys' summer start, right? And I think in their brain they think, oh well, these Kiwis and Australians, well, let's do it for their summer as well, right? And I was like, come on, YouTube, get with the plan here. These guys also have North American and Northern Hemisphere viewers too, right? They can benefit from our Northern Hemisphere summer time frame. So I don't know. I think that they've got a bucket on their head or something on that. That's if that's their logic of thinking, right? I think, oh well, this will be great to sell this during December during Southern Hemisphere time frame, whatever, summer. But I think they should just do it. They should do it all together. Everybody should get it at the same time. I think. Unless you get, I don't know. Do you get like mostly Australians and New Zealanders? I've never really asked you that question. Because if that's your bulk of your audience, then maybe it is better to do it in December. I don't know. I get mostly a lot of North American audience for myself. But it does fluctuate though. Like I've had sometimes, one year I had like India. India was number one. That was a shocker. I had India as number one. Even beat the United States. And it's like, where did they come from? Germany lately has been pretty good too. I get quite a few Germans. They're like third place right now on my channel metrics. So how that is triggered, I don't know. And that's just from me doing mainly a lot of like World of Warcraft, and I was doing my regular farming simulator on TV Rivers, so I don't know. Oh, so it takes about 6 months. Gotcha. Well, I'll keep you informed what I notice and whatnot. But I had to watch that short video like about 5 or 6 times, right? Just to try to get the key pieces of information I wanted it. So for sure, my understanding is it'll be you set up your profile, like I said, and it's going to offer you 2 streaming keys where you can just plug that into OBS, just like what we've been doing now with our horizontal vertical live stream. So, and then merges the chat. There might be some more stuff in there, but I guess I won't know until I get my hands on it. No, I don't blame you that you want to try it out. Makes everything so much easier. To your analytics. So yeah, I had USA and India, and then India was #1 for a while, and now it's switched to USA and Canada. Canada and USA is fighting right now, obviously because I'm Canadian, so go there. I was like, yay, go Canada, yay, it's about time. Right? But Germany, that was interesting. It caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, where did Germany come out of the woodwork? So, and they're still sitting at like third place. They're fighting with Canada right now. Tell my analytics. So India, I think, is down the list a bit, so I don't get very many Indian viewers anymore. So not sure. And UK usually sits in the middle. So UK doesn't fluctuate that much for me. So I'll get like UK viewers that are usually right in the middle of the pack kind of thing. So it's kind of a mix, a bag of fruit. And then my North American or Northern Hemisphere summer months, things go all over the place, I find. I don't really know how to explain it. Simply because people have more time off, they can watch more content, or they can live stream more. I don't know. And then I just simply check I think I usually check every month usually what my country demographics are. I just think it's kind of interesting to see who's actually watching. Did you get to try the Spark AI? I'm not sure if you got around to trying that at all. Go back up here. Because they do, Meld Studio has an add-on for OBS now, so you don't need Meld Studio. This thing is full. Probably gonna have to go and gonna need a better tractor pretty soon too. So much weight, so heavy. It's weird. You're like trying to move this tractor and you see how slow it's going, and you can like, you know, just get the feeling of how difficult it is to pull these grain carts around. I'm gonna upgrade my tractors. Get the chance. Okay, my machine's still on. This is already full. 43,000 liters. Yeah, gotta go to the truck. to spit out the auger here. But there's that dog again. Hello, doggy. Empty this out. I might need a bigger trailer. Truck trailer. Fits it out just as is. It's about... I'm gonna get half full. Almost full. 65% so far. 69%. Oh boy. Spin around here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a kit upgrade at some point again. One of my barns has a solar panel on it, so I'm making a bit of money off of that, which is a nice addition. I think it's the main barn back there. So this out. Pull this as far ahead as I can. Let's turn this on to fit it out a little quicker. Empty. Let's pipe in. We go. When I was doing the Chilliwack map for Farming Simulator 22, it was interesting. I actually got quite a bit of South Americans. So there was like Mexico. I had a lot of Colombians watching my channel. I was playing the Chilliwack map for Farming Simulator 22. I'm not sure if it's because Chile is in the name Chilliwack. I don't know. The other thought that I had is that we do have a lot of Colombians that come up to Chilliwack to work in the farm fields and the different industries that we have here. So it's quite prominent. Also, we do get a lot of Mexicans and other South Americans too that work in Chilliwack. So I thought, well, maybe that's but I haven't seen the Chilliwack map released for 25. I don't think it is going to get released for 25. Oh. And I never found out if the where the actual individual lives I did find out as much that he actually lives in the Fraser Valley, the map developer for that. Same with the Fraser Valley BC map too, and they collaborated together a few projects. But I don't know. It was just bam. We had both Chilliwack and the Fraser Valley BC map both released in 22. Just sort of when I started live streaming, it was kind of interesting. I was like, is it because people saw my live stream? I don't know. They decided to make the map. I was just shocked. I was like, I can't even believe that anyone would want to build a map for this area. Mind you, it's quite scenic and nice here. So, but I was like shaking my head. Is like, really? Wow. I was shocked, literally. So, because usually most people probably would want to build like a map for, I don't know, like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, places that are more well known. But nope, I started streaming, and then all of a sudden the Chilliwack map came out. And about 6 months later, the Fraser Valley map came out, and I was like, someone's gotta be like pulling my leg here or something, right? How lucky can I be to get like 2 localized maps in the area that I live in? So I had a lot of people from South America watching my live stream. That map, the Chilliwack map, the Fraser Valley map, oddly didn't take off as much. It was a really good map too. He put a lot of effort into building it. But the thing with the Fraser Valley map is when it got released, it came out right at the end of the life cycle of Farming Simulator 22. And I think that might have had something to do with it. Because then, everybody usually a lot of map developers usually get their maps out there from people live streaming, right? So if you got nobody live streaming them or advertising them, whatever, no one's going to know that your map exists. So especially if they're 4X maps, then they don't fit on the mod hub. So I felt bad for the guy because he spent a lot of time on it. It was phenomenal. Custom, what else did he do? He did a lot of work in the forestry on the map. I mean, it was just beautiful. And then he had like custom barns put in, and he had custom greenhouses, and he put in a quarry system in there, and that's on Farming Simulator 22. So there was a lot of work he put into it, and it was released at the end of the life cycle for 20. So I was hoping that he would have brought it over to 25, but I imagine you'd have to redo the whole map to bring it over, I guess. The Chilliwack map was out quite early, though. I mean, it was out probably a year and a half before 22 ended, and there was a lot of people that played it. I played it. I think Farm Sim guy played it. Argsy, I know, played. He had an entire series, video series, I believe. Yeah. There was a few others too that played it. What is it? The Farm Sim News crew. Not DJ. There's another group that does Farm Sim. They do like multi-streaming all the time and stuff like that. They were doing it. I forget the channel's name. Something Salmon, Nuclear Salmon, I think it is. He did. He did a lot too. live streaming series on the Chilliwack map, that is. All right, I think we've got about half of the field done. So I'm probably going to get, what, 4 truckloads of canola, I think. I've already emptied 1 load. Almost full again. At 88%. I don't think I'm going to make it to the end of the row. Auger out. Maybe. Nope. Let's go get this filled. I'm gonna have another field to do. My sorghum field, I think. All right, let's go. We're getting there. I'm going to do another headland, I think. Way back. Way I can make more of a turn. Some product. I'm just gonna get the bits that I miss. I might cut in a little bit. See, it wouldn't matter, but I own that field too, so major crop protection. Okay, so probably next stream I'll do the soybean field. Do my best to finish this one. Ola. I just got a really small combine, so it takes a bit of time to get everything harvested. But at least I got the planting done on the one field. Good thing. Planting's taken care of. As more money comes in, I'll probably acquire more combines. Then I'll probably do horseplay, a few other things. Auto drive. Interesting. for a turn. The fertilizer profile is like all over the place. It's like someone took like a paintbrush and went dab, 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 as opposed to even stroke, because you got little yellow marks here and there. Interesting. Don't know if I can buy the or what. Want to buy the purchase soil. Purchase. That one went up to 54. That's interesting. Some of my numbers went up and some of them went down. Was that 50? Now went up to 57. Purchasing the field data improved. What's interesting is I didn't even what is it? I did not I didn't fertilize my fields either. Very weird. Interesting. Flip that. Complete turn. Full. %98. Nitrogen and pH levels are all bad. All right. 47. Cool. Pull ahead. we go. I remember doing the 16x map, I think of this. And I had the, what is it, the 4-meter header? That was insane. I can't remember what combine that was. Let me see. That was insane. Yeah, let's go take a look. Fine. I'd say it was the equivalent of like the Massey Ferguson. That's combination. I think it was something else, a different model. The Kloss, I think. Kloss. This is like, oh, 6-meter header. That was insane. Mind you, I ended up having auto drive going because the field is probably equivalent to about like, I don't know. It felt like you were driving at least 3 kilometers to get to one end of the field, literally, with a truck. So I ended up having more than one cart on the one combine. What was the capacity on these things? These things are 8,000. It doesn't take very long to fill that up. So that was hilarious. But because I was using auto drive and course play, I ended up also selling some of my stuff on the go, and I was able to slightly upgrade or buy another combine. Yeah, I ended up buying another combine, I think. And then I think I think I also upgraded the header. Or say, no, I don't know. Either that or the combine I had the same size of header, but the capacity was larger. So I don't know. It was a goofy setup. That's all I'm saying. Eventually, I got through it. I think it took me about like 2 or 3 live streams just to do one field. And then for sure, I ended up buying like the largest. I had enough revenue off of the one field to buy at least about, I think I bought 5 Case IH combine with the 23-foot long headers. I think it was 23 foot. What's the largest size? Fine. Or 25 foot. The 25? Or the largest headers? 12. 13. 45 foot. Yeah, I probably got a 5 foot. Anyways, the largest headers I could get. Able to get to the field a lot quicker. So 4 combines with 4 carts going to where's the auger wagon? Or spreader. Auger wagon. Add them to one of these that holds about 141 metric cube product. Then I had a truck pull up to it. It would dump into the truck. Trucks would take them to grain, or sorry, not the grain silo. So it was good fun. Then after that, I ended up having to buy a fleet of trucks. So I'd have trucks going from the grain silo to the sell point at Cargill on the map, selling all of the grain. And then after all of that was sold, I had enough money to buy like 3 large seeders with the carts, the air cart seeders. Yeah, I had enough money to buy 3 air cart seeders, and I ended up planting crazy. And then doing, I think I even, as for plowing, because I was doing plowing, I had like about, I think 8 tractors with plows out doing the field, which went quick. And then I had to buy like 8 rock pickers. It's insane. All of it on Courseplay. I had modded rock pickers though, because the capacity of the rock pickers are somewhat limited. So yeah, kind of interesting. I don't know if I can have that much equipment running though on FS25 on Courseplay though. I think I saw in Discord or someone's Discord inquiring about whether or not you can have how many pieces of equipment you can run on auto drive and Courseplay. I think there is a capacity limit. So that limits you from going too crazy. It I think affects also the performance of the map. I even saw that in 22 as well. Like I found that the more equipment that I had running, the textures and stuff like that wouldn't look that great on the map. But then after I stopped using all that equipment, right, the textures would go back to normal. So I think it's because your system is, you know, prioritizing resources for managing your fleet of automated workers. I bottlenecked a lot of stuff on some of my tutorial videos because I did a few different tutorial videos during FS22 for Courseplay and auto drive. I had a lot of equipment, especially when I was doing grass work, because you would have a fleet of mowers, then I'd have a fleet of windrowers, then I'd have a fleet of pickup wagons, then I'd have a few other pieces of equipment operating. Oh, got full again. Are those pigs or dogs? 2 dogs? Oh, those are pigs. Run, piggy, run. 14. The full. So I've used half a tank so far on the combine. I am definitely chewing through a lot of gas. That out. But I'm gonna have to empty the truck, so probably should have had a weight on the thing. So pump that out. Nope, gotta have the full. Yep, electric truck has an interesting sound for sure. Got it. It's got 12,000 in it. What's that? 113. Probably not the largest field, but big. They're eating my crop. Get out of here. I thought they only ate grass. I guess they destroy other crops too, eh? They were just a grass winter. I, One thing I will say that at least my field's not entirely rutted. A good thing. There is some ruts combine, but it doesn't look like it's bad. Would be really bumpy and a bit challenging trying to get out here and load. And it's good that it's raining. Not that I can really harvest it. I think my field is almost done. Right. Won't be long now. More loads. I think I could probably get about like a full yield 700,000. At the very least for field size. Paul Erlington, welcome in. Elkington, sorry. Welcome in. The map is going well. Sorry you missed the planting. The planting went a lot quicker at the beginning of the live stream. I think I only had to spend like 30 minutes planting. So I planted barley. Then I moved on to harvesting now. So we're doing canola at the moment. And then I've also got a field of sorghum that I still have to harvest as well. But it's going well. I'm hopefully going to be able to sell all of it. Everything is getting sold because I need to upgrade my equipment, stuff like that. So that is the plan. I do have the profiles for my fields now. I did figure out how to do that. So I have the soil samples for all my fields. So then I can properly optimize things. I'm probably going to still have some fairly low yields because I don't have... I'm going to be prioritizing upgrading my equipment. And then I'll probably start buying like fertilizers and stuff like that. So I'm just doing straight seeding pretty much. What the plan is. Direct drilling. Which is okay. I'm alright with that. But eventually I will get situated where I can go ahead and do seeding and fertilizing. And then I can also do, what else? I guess I got to do herbicide too. So, quite a few things. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy a bigger combine and header. Once this field, well, hopefully if I have enough money after this field is done, because I'm going to try selling the wheat or canola, sorry, see what I get, because the other field 5, it's larger than this one, Paul. So if I was to use this combine on the field 5, it's going to take forever. So I definitely need a bigger combine. Oh. We'll see what happens, I guess. This field's almost done. I'll show you field 5 since I'm on my next row here. So, like, I'm working on field 2 at the moment. But this is field 5. This is the dividing line, this little road. I'll switch this. Yeah. So that's huge. I definitely need a larger combine for this field 5. Roll out. I mean, this is almost as big as this and this combined. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to prioritize getting a upgrade on my combine. I know, right? The sucker for punishment. Guess I should see what we got for fine. I might use my mod. I have a modded combine. Yeah, this thing. Oh, that's pretty expensive though, eh? Well, no, it's not too bad. It's a 550, but I still need a header with the 100 and wasn't tank. I don't think I want it that high. Will that reduce my price? No, it doesn't. Price might go with this bad boy. Heels. Can I do tracks? I don't know. This or maybe one of the ideals might be a little cheaper. This holds about 17K. That's 20K. That's expensive though. I'll have to think on that. To my bro. We'll see. It's going to be a tight purchase, though. I know that for a fact. Unless I get quite a bit of money for my canola. So the yield is very weak, though. That's the problem. I don't know. It's going to be real tight. But if everything works out great with financing, like I get enough money, at least like, you know, I don't think I'll get $1 million, obviously, but if I get my price mark up to like 500,000, that might be good at least. We'll see. We'll see. The final tally later, I guess. My other fields that I harvested last episode already have growth stage on them. So I might be able to squeeze in a little bit of harvesting with that. Have to see. This field, I'm probably going to try to use the planter instead of the seeder because the planter is larger. So I guess that would be like I don't know what's in the planter. I think you can use canola on the planter, can't you? Might do that. Put this as canola again. Because the planter's, like I said, much wider. Be able to plant this a lot. so that I don't have to buy another planter, a larger planter. I haven't taken out a loan, so. I have that pickup truck. I can sell that too. Don't pickup truck. Oh. Sorghum, soybean, corn. Okay, so then maybe that's with the planter. Okay. Maybe I'll do soybean. Yeah, I'll probably do soybean because that usually makes the most money. Yeah, that's what we'll do that. I think soybean doesn't it think it affects the nitrogen too in the soil, doesn't it? Mistake? So I might get a nitrogen benefit from it. But so maybe not so much of an impact because I'm not fertilizing at all at this stage in the. So I'm going like super cheap. I might sell my weeder. I have a few things I can probably sell. I might sell the weeder. I'll just have to look at it. Okay, we're empty. Back inside the cab. So I'm gonna try to not take out a loan. I also make a little bit of money off of solar panel roof, I think. I got like $4,000 a month or whatever for that. So I'm getting that kind of revenue too, so too bad. And I have no clue what the material worth of this combine and the header is. So I'll probably get a little bit of money for that. Have to wait and see. Worst case of the situation, I could probably do a little bit of the soybean stuff, and if I'm like kind of short, I could, like, as I get through the field, the soybean field, if I finally make enough, I could probably sell as I go along, I think. So as I get a truckload, I'll just ship it down to the Cargill, sell it. That might. Yeah, it's all a juggling. The 60-foot. Yeah, that's the. Yeah, you're right on that. Because the headers are expensive too. I do have a corn header sitting around too for this combine. So if I stick to grain headers, I could probably sell that too, I guess. Didn't think about that. So, but still, the smaller headers aren't aren't worth as much. So, it's going to be tight and juggling. Said. I still have that transport truck auger wagon trailer thing. Might sell that. Because I only see myself using that if I'm going to fill like a seeder. Like one of the air cart seeders, and I'm not doing air carts. Yeah. Not going to happen for a while yet. I'm too poor. That like $2 million for a whole air cart set up, probably. Huge. Oh, yeah. So sell a few things. I might sell... What else? I've got a weeder, too. But you don't get much for weeders. Weeders are like, what, 25K, I think. Oh. Yeah, it's going to be very tight. But it's juggling. Get it done. I might sell the John Deere tractor. I could do that. I was going to sell that anyways, but I wanted to buy another tractor, so just be patient. See what the final tally is from this endeavor here. Cutting into the field here. But it'll be all worth it, though. And then and start getting proper fertilizer into the ground too. That'll increase my yield. Start everything on the super cheap. I probably need to plow this thing too at some point. I'll hold off on planning for now, or plowing for a bit. Eventually I'll get into plowing. Much stuff. This combine, man, it just chews through gas. I filled it and I'm already down like half. That's a lot of gas gone. Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. My gameplay on PV Rivers was completely different. I just jumped right into logging, and I was cooking right off the get-go. So I just basically cut the lumber down and took it and sold it. But this map, I'm going a completely different approach. Going through the motions. And I also don't do, what is it? I don't like taking out loans. My gameplay, I don't do loans. I know some people do, but for some reason, I just don't. That's probably my #1 challenge, I think. Just, how's the weather been in, BC? It's getting warmer. We had rain last week, so it cooled down. But as you can see there at 17 degrees Celsius, we had like 20, 25, I think, degrees Celsius. So we had quite a bit of sun. So it's warming up, which is good. I need it because I have lavender. I have lavender planted, and I'm trying to get an early spring harvest of my lavender so that I can get a second harvest in August, and then I can let the plants rest throughout the winter. So I don't like I'm not going I don't cut the plant down to nothing during the winter. I usually like to keep some of the plant still there just so that it doesn't die. So I have to see. So I think if I get warm weather today and tomorrow and Saturday, I think I will get blossoms on my my main lavender plant. And I probably will let it sit for at least maybe a week or two, and then I'll cut them off, and then dry the stalks off. My newest lavender plant, which is a smaller one, I think it's going to be not till mid-June till I see that I can probably harvest that one. So that one's a bit behind schedule compared to. Gotta flip out here. So, and I got English lavender. I do English lavender because it's a plant that's a little bit more susceptible to rain and cooler weather, because the UK gets more rain, quite a bit of rain, whatever you call it, coldness. Kind of have the almost a little bit the same time. So the other alternative is like a Spanish lavender, and that's more like a cactus, and we just BC's just not, it's not cactus country. Sorry to say. Not my part of BC anyways. Maybe it might survive like up in the Kamloops, maybe? To say. So, yeah. And then just so you know, it's only 2 plants that I have. So, and what I do with it is I dry it out, and then I use it as a sweetener in tea and coffee, pretty much. So last year is the first time I ever got a lavender plant. So I'm kind of new to the whole lavender planting thing. And then I was amazed at like how much oil is in the lavender plant. Well, that particular lavender plant anyway. So like I think some people, when they harvest it and they sell lavender, they usually just try to focus on the flower, which means more work, right? You have to take the little pods off and stuff. But I thought, oh, what the heck, I'll just take the stem as well. And parts of the stem actually has quite a bit of oil on it. I noticed that last year because I would touch the stem of the plant and I would feel this oil on my hand. It's like, oh, okay, well, if it's that oily, I really don't have to do anything too special when I'm trying to dry them out. So I dry it out, and then, you know, sometimes I just have it as a tea on its own. So if I have a hard time sleeping or something like that, usually lavender's pretty knocked out. So I'll just pour water on the lavender flower, If I have a tea and I'm not interested in having, like, if I want some sort of sweetener in it, I'll add like a sprig of lavender in that. Same with coffee too. Like, I just have black coffee or whatever. I'll just right inside the coffee filter on the coffee machine, I'll just throw like a lavender flower in it, in with the coffee ground, and then just let it do its thing. You know, how the coffee went, and then just sweeten it without having to put like sugar in. Just have to be careful though, because like I said, it um, on the caffeine side of things, because usually most people drink coffee to wake up in the morning. If you put too much lavender in, like you don't want to put like probably two flowers in or something, because that would probably make you fall asleep. So like it'll countermand the caffeine coffee. Like, so what else? It's also good for like maybe if you want an evening coffee as well. Some people like drinking coffee in the evening, but the downside is it makes you go to sleep. While you just throw enough lavender and it won't affect your sleep habit. Yeah, you can use it as a sweetener. What else? You can mix it too a little bit too. Like some people find that lavender is a little too strong. Whoops. You just add a little cinnamon too. So I do that too. Then you don't need sugar. You don't need sugar or any of those other artificial sweeteners. And you're all good, so. I think it's better too, because I find that if you put sugar in your coffee, like you'll get that initial like energy burst, but then you're still going to get like that sugar crash later. So with lavender, you just don't get that. You don't get that crash effect, if you know what I mean. Unless you drink your coffee straight black, then it probably doesn't. It wouldn't affect you. But yeah, you can put like all sorts of things in the coffee filter. Like for the longest while, I thought, oh, I'll just put my coffee in there, and then I will then dump whatever I want into it afterwards. Like went right into the mug. And that's how I've always done it, but except for milk. I put the obviously milk or cream after it's in the mug or whatnot, because it wouldn't be good to put your milk through your coffee maker. But like if you want to make a mocha, right, you can put like dark chocolate powder right in, anything powder, anything that you like that's powdery, like cinnamon or a certain flour, or even candy. You can put candy into the paper filter too. During the winter time, you know how you get those like little mint candies? So instead of like buying like an expensive mint mocha or a mint sweetener brand, you can take one of those candies and put it right into the coffee filter, and it will make it like a mint tasting coffee. Same with I've even tried sugar too. I tried sugar one time, so just out of the blue I thought, I wonder if how it would taste if I put sugar in. I find that if you have a sweet tooth and you do still want sugar, try putting it into the coffee maker, right? And it will. I find that it evenly blends it into the coffee. I don't know how to explain it because it has to percolate through, right? So it's a more even mix, I think, when you use that filter. So I don't know, just a few ideas to try out. Hello, the Sim Guy. Welcome in. We're talking about coffee today. And things that you can do with the filter, the coffee filter. I have not crashed yet, no. Not yet, anyways. There's always an option for crashing at some point. We'll get there at one point. I can't think of anything else you can put in the coffee filter. I don't know, anything that has a flavor in it, right? Dark chocolate powder, your cocoa mix, anything. Just dump it into the actual filter of the coffee machine with your coffee ground and just let it percolate. It might taste a little different in a good way, but it'll be maybe more of an even or distributed taste flavor. I know, right? I only figured it out. This is, I just figured it out recently. So. And I honestly don't know why I hadn't thought of it sooner, right? I always thought, oh, well, they always say just put coffee into the coffee filter and let it go. But then you just experiment and you try something else. This is Western Australia, the Sim Guy. By I forget the modder's name. Billy? Not Billy. Western Australia. I wonder if his name's down here. Farmer Bob, isn't it? Yeah, Farmer Bob. Yeah, Western Australia. It's on the mod hub, by the way. It's a 2x map. Yeah. Well, I don't have any of that, but you might as well consider me a scientist at that point. Sometimes I just sit in front of the coffee maker and say, what else can I shove in this thing that I don't know about yet? It's definitely a very large map. And it's very field oriented. There's a lot of fields. Oops. Pull again. Back up here. That up there. And we've got a machine over here. How much space? I'm about half full on this thing. But it's on the mud hub. It's what do you call it? An import? An import from Farming Simulator 22. Because it was on 22 and it was on Farming Simulator 19. So I've had lots of fun on this map on both of the previous games. Because it's like you get like these super large fields right away. So I got like field 5, I got field 2, field 1, field 4, and field 3, and they all had crops on them. So when you start the map, you get to harvest at least, I think, 1 in 4 or 1 in 3 anyways at the beginning. So it's I think what I like about it is that you get right into doing something big and amazing right away. That's what I like about it. More or less. I gotta put my auger in. Put that. Off we go. Fill up. And it's completely focused on like just doing field work, really. So there's nothing complicated with it, other than trying to figure out how you're going to start your game, I guess, or your setup style, right? So I think that's why I like it. And then the scenery is different too. It's Western Australia design, which I like. Large fields, not a lot of worrying about running into cars and fences and stuff. It's a Carom Gaming safety net, basically. Township is pretty reasonable too, because it's just like a sell point. It's almost like No Man's Land a little bit, but not so much. Like in the aspect that you just have your sell point area, and then that's it, and then your main farm area. So it's a wide landscape map without a lot of intricacies to it. Oh, the 16x maps. Yeah. Farmer Bob does all sorts of interesting things, I find. And I caught a few of his videos. He teaches people how to make maps as well, which I think is pretty neat and interesting. So I tip my hat to the guy. I think he's done quite a wonderful job for the whole farming sim community. Yeah, it's pretty crash proof, but I can find a way to crash. Probably. Knowing me, I'm just special that way. But yeah, Farmer Bob, I'm glad that he brought this map over. I wasn't sure if it was going to come to FS25. And then all of a sudden, I released, like, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago? And I was like, oh, well, I like that map. I'm going to jump into it and try it out. Yeah, that's very true, Shredder. Very true. Have you tried this on your? It's available on console, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It's on the Mod Hub. Available. I think the amazing thing for console players with this map is that it's so big, right? You get almost the feeling that you're playing on a 4x and 16x map is probably the best way of describing it. I think that's what I like about it as well. The sheer size of the fields. When you're trying to, do this type of gameplay. PV Rivers is taking a break at the moment. So I will probably be returning to that at some point. Just going to take a bit of a breather. I'll eventually jump back on that. I still have to finish my train project on the map. And I need to finish my olive grove that I'm trying to build. No, I'll keep my mouth shut on it for sure. And I honestly don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I'm hoping that I hope the 16X or the 4X version comes to 25. Because I will be playing that as well. The 16X version, like, the field that I'm on would take me literally 3 or 4 live streams just to finish. Literally. It's just crazy. Yeah, that's true. Or see the stream, yeah. There you go. Paul's safe. But yeah, I don't know. It's, it's just something about this map that I like. I mean, people say that there's other maps that are better or something. But when I get into this one, I just, everything is set up. I'm good to go. I can have fun, I think, is what sells me on. Literally. So I have active fields right away. And I've got somewhat adequate equipment just to get in and just start doing things, right? You don't really have to think too much, right? And that's what I like about it. I don't have to figure out where everything is. There's one road in the middle of the map. There's one area that I go to sell everything. And you don't have to think so much, I think, is what I like about it. And I don't crash as much either. Aggro. Oh no. Then I will probably start. Nope, fair enough. They'll crash at the same time. I'm going to let you crash all the time, Sim Guy. That's the trick of it all. I'm gonna just drive behind you. I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. If I don't crash, but I notice what Sim Guy tries to do is he tries to ram into my tractors all the time when we play together. I'm on to you, dude. I know what you do. Doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while I notice that you've done that. I was like, Karam's not crashing enough. I gotta go try to mess him up a little bit. But it's all good. It's all good. We both know that doesn't happen. Oh. Yeah, see, I knew it! I knew it! So when I do hit 1,000 subs, I will be doing a multiplayer session. With everybody. So whenever I get up there, I'm not sure how many subs I have yet on at the moment, but when I get there, I'm going to be doing, well, my idea is to have it completely open for everyone. And I'm going to plant like corn, and I want to do like a massive corn harvest. I was originally going to do the 4 fields map, but that's because at the time when I was making this grand plan, whoops, that's the wrong tractor. I was, where did my tractor go? Oh, it's way over there. So yeah, I was going to do 4 fields, but that was at the time that I didn't know Western Australia had really came out. So what I probably will end up doing, because this is cross-platform compatible, I will probably, for the multi-stream, 24-hour multi-stream, so it'll be like a 24-hour live stream, so people can join me or whatnot to celebrate reaching 1,000 subs. And essentially it'll be open for everyone to join in, and it'll be super console friendly, so people that are on console will be able to join. I will be removing probably DLCs. I'll be removing DLCs. And it'll be like a massive silage harvest. So every field I will be making into like a cornfield, ready to go. And then I'll probably like delete out all the buildings and put silage bunkers over at the buildings. And then I'll have like a whole crew of equipment set up. So forage harvesters, auger wagons, trucks, all sorts of stuff. And then I'll be live streaming throughout the entire 24 hours. And this will be the best map to do it. And then I'd have every field as corn. And then we'll try to shove it into a bunker. See how many bunkers that we can fill up with all of this corn at max yield. That's sort of my idea of how I want to do it. Or grass. Yeah, I could probably do grass too. Like maybe half the map grass, half the map corn. So, and then just fill silage bunkers just to see how much silage you could get off of like this map, literally. So that will keep everyone busy. The biggest field on the map, I'm not going to say 5. 5 is fairly large. I'm going to say 11. Field 11, I think, is the largest. I think this one is 39.7 hectares. What's this one? Yeah, so it's larger than field 5. So 39 hectares. What's that? That's 30. 8. That's 22. Yeah, so it's field 11 is the largest at 39.7 hectares. So that's pretty large. I don't own that one yet. But when we do the multi-stream, every one of these fields will be purchased and they'll be set to grass or corn. Whatever can make silage, basically, is sort of what the big plan will be. So that'll be to celebrate hitting 1,000 subs. Pretty much. So I think I'm probably like, what, 90 subscribers away. I'm fairly close. And I'm gonna rent a server, and people that know how to live stream, they can live stream. So it'll be like almost like a live stream party. I know Kiwi wants the live stream, and I think there's a few others. The Sim Guy will probably be live streaming as well. I will be obviously live streaming. Others will join in. 3Js might join in as well, and they might live stream. These are other farming simulator content creators that I'm speaking of here. So. And hopefully people will show up and stream. So I've got people that are interested, so that'll be good, because the streaming community as well as the subscribers has helped my channel quite a bit. So I consider, you know, the live streamers that have helped me part of my family, I guess, of my streaming family. So it's like a collective effort. So want to share the success, I guess you could say, with my other fellow live streamers, basically. Yeah, I gotta empty this truck. I hope I don't run out of battery juice. Oh, here. Volvo. Right. Exactly. Yeah. And then share the channels out and all of that stuff. Like, just big party kind of thing. So it'll be good. And then the other thing too is I'll probably have like different live streamers show up at different times and stuff like that as well. So because even though I will be live streaming like for 24 hours, I don't know if everyone else would be able to do that, right? So I would have like different live streamers pop in and join in and co-op. And then I would also have regular community members like yourself joining in and doing everything like that too. So just, I don't know, just a big celebration party. Hello, Brady Rimmer Productions. Welcome in, sir. It just makes it more fun. Okay, I gotta go with. And I definitely, like I said, the other focus that I have is to try to make it so that anyone can join, because I have always been, since I've been live streaming, I've been more focused on PC because of the types of maps that I play. Like I do course play and auto drive and all sorts of like script mods, and from time to time I get people saying, well, can I join you? But then they say, oh darn, I'm on console, right? So that's my other goal too. When I do this multi-stream, I want to try to make it as friendly as possible that they can join in too, right? And have fun. So when that happens, when I get there. 78 away. Oh, did I get more? When did I get my... I gotta go check my channel. Gonna check now. So, heck yeah, you're right. I just gained 3 subscribers. So thank you to those that have subscribed. You guys are awesome. We're gonna get there. Gonna get there. And I'll be like, Yahoo! And the multi-streaming, oh my god, I'm just so excited about it. Every time I talk about it. Good thing I'm not on a map that's complicated and I don't have to worry about crashing. Sometimes when I get like really happy about something or I get really focused on a conversation, I forget about my driving and I end up crashing. But I think I'm relatively safe on this map. Oh, I tried Huton Pentai. Oh, that was just horrible for me. I crashed so many times on Huton Pentai in that little city. Oh my god, that was just awful. Especially when I'm live streaming. It's like... Because I would be talking and then I would get distracted and it would just... I don't know. Just horrible. Huh. Okay, let's get back over here. Get over to the end here. Yep. The this map is like training wheels for me. It makes me feel very safe when I'm live streaming. That's all I can say on the matter. I do think though that most of my driving habits are a bit better though. A little bit better. In Farming Simulator 22 and 19, I was exceptionally bad. I still do some kind of bad things in 25 here and there, but I'm not as bad as I used to. Like, I've got like short videos of me on P Canyon Crossing, which is like a 16x map, and I had like logging trucks flipping everywhere, and I don't know, it's just awful. I had so many crashes on that map, and that's a 16x map. That's pretty bad. The other maps that I find very well, at least challenging, are UK maps. There was a few that I have played on, and I would like crash into there was an Oxygen David yeah map on 22 that has all these little like kind of brick fencing for the map, and I would always keep on rubbing up against the stone fence line and everything. Oh, it was just awful. And you try to get a large combine through the field, and just horrible what I'm doing. Give up, and then I jump out and have to use super strength or something to correct something. Yeah, oh yeah, Chilliwack map too. I crashed quite a few times on the Chilliwack map. In the farm yard, I think. And also at the sell point a few times too. There's ditch systems in there, or aggregate. What is it? Irrigation canals that are in between the fields. So I would try to like take a shortcut through the field, right? And I'll just beeline it through. And all of a sudden I'd run into an irrigation ditch and just sink into it, and then I'd have to get stuck or whatever. It just, yeah, it was just awful. Yeah, he's got the footage. It's just awful. And I had these modded tractors from Mark Thor. So they're like Ford variants on the map. And what he would do with the mod, because I loved it, he would like make the engine like a sports car practically, right? So I'm like doing like 120 kilometers an hour in this Ford tractor. I'm like going all over the place, stuff like that, ramming into things. It's just, yeah, quite interesting. Yeah, I was hopeful too. I mean, there is some, but there's not a lot, I noticed, which is regretful. 22, there was a lot, right? We had the Fraser Valley one. There's Ganundental. There was Chilliwack map. There was a few from Saskatchewan and Ontario and Quebec. But for FS25, there is a few, but not as many as there used to be in 22. So I just don't know. So I just hope that another one comes out, and then we can see it be available. I would like one for British Columbia personally. I would really like to see the Chilliwack map come back. So, but I'm biased because I am from Chilliwack. So, there you go. You're from Saskatchewan? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I don't know if there's... I don't think there is any Saskatchewan maps either, is there? There's a... In my knowledge, there's... Well, there's... Is Ganundental? Ganundental might be Saskatchewan. Or is that Alberta? Or... I don't know where that one is. I know it's a Canadian map, but I can't remember which province. And then there's the Sudbury, Ontario one. But that's about as much as I know. But yeah, Saskatchewan, it would be great to have more Saskatchewan maps. There's all sorts of interesting fields in Saskatchewan. There's a lot more we can... Oh, Manitoba? Okay. Ganundental's Manitoba. Yeah, so Ganundental and Sudbury. That's about... There might be a few others. I think there might be a Quebec map, too. But... I don't know, I just would like to see some more... I don't know... Saskatchewan maps, Manitoba maps. I'd like to see a Fraser Valley map, where I am in BC. Even northern BC too. I think someone did Peace River at one point, 22. So, I don't know. Like my area, there was 2 maps in 22. Fraser Valley, British Columbia, and the Chilliwack map. And I'm part of their Discord, but it's like quiet. Like I don't think there's going to be a map from either the Chumpy Farmer or Hilly Farms, I think, is the one. Yeah. The two modders. Map makers, I mean. But yeah, if anyone is watching my live stream that likes making maps, make some Canadian maps, please. Or especially in the prairie provinces. I think that would be great. So that's like you've got your Manitoba, your Saskatchewan, and your Alberta. I mean, it's just crazy. You can do a YouTube search for like YouTube videos of those areas and stuff. Like it's like miles upon miles of like farmland. It's crazy. And I kind of, if I'm doing like grain maps, I like doing those types of areas because it's like this map that I'm on right now. It's literally just doing grain, right? And it's like wide range landscape. And that's why I like the Western Australia map, because it's so wide, very large fields. So, yeah. And done. Yep. I finally did it. See, this is the best part about having like active chat conversations in chat, because it makes this whole combining process go far quicker, or seem like it goes quicker anyways. BC Bueller is supposed to coming out. But it's on hold. Has he indicated where it's going to be at? You know? I'm kind of interested because I have a feeling that he's probably going to have a map full of large fields on it. Because I remember in 22 he made the MacDon pack. So I imagine his map, I think he did the MacDon pack in 22. His home in Manitoba? Okay. Well, there's a lot of farmlands there as well. I don't really know much about Manitoba, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I guess I'll have to watch them. See some pictures or landscape. Might have to Google Earth it. But I do know that they do a lot of farming there too. Just empty this out. Is it gonna be just a little bit early? Just a little, but it's all good. What was I gonna say? Is it going to be like a mod hub map, Shredder, or is it going to be a 4X or 16X or something? Thing's loud. Okay. Close that one out. Another field over here. I'm just going to cut out a hole here. This is a different crop, though. I'm gonna take out one more, I think. Do one more cut. Then we're gonna try to sell some of my grain, I guess. No, give me a sec here. I'm just gonna park this here. It might be a bad idea. I don't know. We'll just see how much money I get, I guess. Mod Hub? Okay. So that it'll be available for everyone then. So hopefully there'll be large fields on it. I like large fields. We'll just have to wait and see. But at least that'll be one added. That's a Canadian map. So that'll be good. But yeah, I don't think we have like a lot of enthusiastic Canadians to make maps, I don't think. So I tried in a very rough cut way to make a map, because I found a content creator. I forget his name, but I think he's from Europe, and he has this I don't know, easy setup where it's an application and it takes a snapshot of Google Earth and it somehow creates all of the necessary files to integrate it into the Giants engine. And I tried playing with it a little bit, but I just was not successful at trying to get a map made. Because I thought, well, maybe I can cookie cut or something together somehow with what his tools were set up with. But I couldn't get it going. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I might have to look at his videos more or something. I don't know. And maybe I can figure something out. But I can tell you one thing: if I do make a map, it is not going to be mod hub quality at all. I don't think. It'll probably be very, very basic. If I was even able to make a map. Because I literally, like, I was thinking about, I think I tried an attempt like last month. Because I was like, man, I really want to play on the Chilliwack map. I really want to, right? So I was looking online and I saw some, like I said, YouTube videos, and I came across this guy from Europe. I don't know which country he's in, so I won't guess. And he has a tool or some sort of map creating tool that somehow makes the files for the Giants engine and stuff, and you can just open it up in the Giants engine and make some light edits. So it transforms a geographical region with his tool and puts some basic map elements into it so that you can open it up in the Giants engine and then edit it, right? I thought, well, maybe I can get some sort of quasi weird looking map made. Obviously not meant for Mod Hub or some super fantastic release or anything, but just for something that I could enjoy, right, playing, so that I could play on the Chilliwack. But I tried and it didn't quite work. I ended up with errors in the Giants engine. Like, I couldn't even open the file. So I don't know. I must have did something wrong. But I tried to attempt it. Yeah, I got about 186. Okay. Yeah, that is a crash, isn't it? I got where did my counter go? Oh, there it is. Is it gonna work? There we go. One crash. Yeah, I bashed in. Yeah, I reversed it and bashed into the uni A. So, um, I don't think I have enough knowledge to figure it out. Like I need like most of his videos that he has is like for someone that's probably a little bit more advanced in map designing. It seemed like maybe I could probably do it at first, but there's something that I'm missing. So I would probably need a really dumbed down version. I might look at Farmer Bob's tutorial videos. Because he usually does a fairly good job at simplifying things to a degree. So maybe if I take a combination of the Farmer Bob videos and this other guy's videos, maybe, but I don't know. It just depends on how stubborn I get, and I'm like, well, I really want to give this another shot. See what I can do. Gonna go down here. Yeah. And see, that's where I fall short on that. The coding and all of that. But it almost seemed like it would code everything for me, but I honestly think it just I assumed too much of it. So for maybe a person that knows how to code the map and stuff like that and do all of the stuff that you outlined, uh, even if that tool didn't work for me, someone with the actual knowledge probably could have taken the work that I at least started and, oh, well, I just have to do this and this and poof. There you go. I got a map going, right? But because I don't understand the coding aspect of it, I can't make it real, I guess. The saying goes. But I tried. I had the app installed and I had a foundational structure built at least, or the files were rendered at least with his tool. But getting it into the Giants engine, nope. Try to open it up and it would just barf. It barf. It actually crashed the Giants engine tool. Like it crashed the whole app out. It closed it out. And I tried to open it. So I was like, okay, this is not going to be as easy as I had thought. So. And I thought I might revisit it again or watch more of his videos to try to quasi something together. But I know for a fact if I do ever get a playable map, it probably is not going to be Mod Hub quality. That's all I can say. Okay, we're going to go in here. Okay, this area I usually get stuck a little bit. Nope, fine. See if we can make money. Let's empty this out. So I don't know. But I definitely, trying it out at least, gave me a huge appreciation for the people that build maps. I'm just telling you that much. Because when you start, holy crow, 124,000, 128,000. Where did 29,000? I'm estimating up first here. Okay, maybe I can get another combine. Didn't expect that amount. Gonna go get another load, everybody. That was a lot of money. Yeah. I I probably I can open up XML files and I can edit stuff. I've fixed problems with game saves and XMLs and stuff. From that perspective, I can read what I'm seeing and kind of fix things that way. But to imagine it and bring something from scratch, no. Not that dangerous. Yeah. They do a lot of stuff. I think a lot of us, and even myself in the past, I have probably taken some of them for granted. It's not until I actually try to do these little projects on my own and I go into the tool that I actually get kind of a reality check. Um, Whenever I start playing with the tools that they play with, right? So if I get frustrated trying to do some of the stuff and the tools that they do use to build maps, um, it just kind of reinforces, well, man, these guys are just like superheroes, really, and, and building stuff for the game. Yeah, and modders too. Oh, um, I think even some of them have to do like 3D imaging cameras and stuff like that. I mean, it's not just, scripting the mod or anything. I mean, trying to get the realistic eyes of the vehicle, right? And I mean, that's not cheap too. Getting 3D imaging, cameras, stuff like that. Um, Trying and then having the connections to go out to a site and actually get 3D images of it, right? Like finding a farmer that's willing to, put his combine out of commission while you're trying to take pictures of it, right? With a 3D imaging device and stuff like that, right? So, and then taking those images and then moving everything together in a 3D program, 3D imaging program, and then scripting it. Especially some of the more elaborate mods, like the ones where you have to open up the doors manually, and the mirrors are adjustable and all that customization. Just like, wow, mind blowing. How the hell did this? Let's see if I can get around. I didn't crash yet. Again. Good. Okay, let's get another big chunk of money, everybody. Okay. Get out onto the main road first. All right, off we go. I can really feel the weight on this trailer. Crazy. Okay, that's the thing. For a streamer, bring the map to life by running your stream, and as you said, do a multiplayer of the community. Exactly. Like what I have noticed is that live streamers and then is one side of it. And then you've got the modder map maker side of things. And it takes a lot of work to do both. Like there's a lot of stuff that I do to try to get streaming and learning streaming, perfecting my craft at it, right? So I put a lot of focus on it, right? If I was to start doing something else, like map design and stuff like that, it would take away from my ability to keep up to date on streaming. So there are, I think, very few people that can live stream and also do like design work, right? Like map design and do mod design and stuff like that, right? There are some out there that do both. Not saying that there isn't any, like 82 Studios, right? He actually will live stream his mod creations while he's doing it, right? I've seen Argsy Gaming do. He's started getting into doing modding and stuff like that as well. So, but there's very few people that do that, like can actually do that, right? And so there's some amazing mods out there, right? But the individuals just don't have the time or don't know how to live stream, right? And then it's like the other flip side of the coin, right? I can live stream and I can learn my craft, but yet it would be a whole challenge for me to learn how to make a map and to do a mod thing. This essentially is what I'm trying to say, I guess. So it's kind of symbiotic, relationship in a way, I guess. If you look at it. Holy crap, I really rutted this out. Come in. Sure. Go ahead. Bring in another 128K or something. Yeah, it's a collective. Everyone benefits. If streamers help map makers and modders show off the design. Yep, exactly. Symbiosis. And sometimes I find out about stuff, right? As a live streamer, like, if I feel like someone else could probably do a better job than myself, I will, like, if I find something amazing, right? That, like an amazing map or an amazing mod or something like that, on occasion, and I just don't have the time to do it justice, right? Sometimes I will just go to another content creator and say, look, I found this. I think you would be great at doing a video on it or a presentation, something like that. I've done that too, because I've found gems from time to time. Because I'm just sitting there, it's like, man, this really needs some oomph behind it, right? And I'm either dogged down with something else or I can't do it justice. I will just, say, look, I found this. I think you need to do a video on this. Or you need to do something with this, right? And I've done that a couple of times too. Because there are a lot of different people that, like modders, like especially new modders or new map developers too, right? I've seen, at least during FS22 life cycle, that I just randomly come across their project. I don't know how I do it. I just do, right? And they originally built the map or the mod or whatever it is, and it's like, wow, right? It's caught my eye, right? It's like, wow, right? And they honestly don't know what they're sitting on, right? It's like, and they don't know how to get that mod or that map out there, or that gem out there, right? So you're just sitting there. We got to get this going. We got to get the community to know this. This is going to blow it. Oh, blow your socks off. It's going to blow everybody's socks, right? And there's hidden gems out there, literally. Not everybody uploads to like Mod Hub. Sometimes it's just a small little private project that they just started working on the off hours, right? And they just did it for the heck of it, right? Maybe they got like 5 or 6 friends and that's it. And they spend a lot of time and they enjoy it, and they didn't really think too much about it, right? Then they're like, oh wow, okay. Maybe I should go ahead and get this out there somewhere. Hey, this is my last load of canola, I guess. What else do I got in? I think I got a little bit of wheat too. I'll come back for that. I'm at 367,000. That's another full load. How much is left in here? A little bit of canola and 12,000. Let's get this electric truck going. Doo-doo. Okay. I might be able to get a decent combine, maybe. There's a few things that I haven't tried. I haven't tried grain dryer. And I have never tried anhydrous at all in my entire farming simulator lifetime. One of these days, it's gonna happen. Just gonna try it out. That's a mod? I guess I could probably install that on here. Or is that a map? Sorry, a mod. Sorry, a map dependable. Like, does it only work on certain maps? Because I'm wondering if that would actually work on this one. Because there's a lot of grain on this. That's all that I'm going to be doing, really. I should try that out. I'll have to look that up. Once I get into the yard, I'm gonna just make a note of that mod and Celebuki. Works on all maps? Okay. And that's where you just dump grain in it, right? And then it just dries it out, and then it gives you what, like I don't know, a yield bonus or a money bonus? Is that sort of how it works? Might be a good idea to put it on. Fence. And get past the potholes. I'm gonna hit about 500k. Almost. Wait. That's a fair amount of chunk of change. I don't think I can get the biggest combine, but I might be able to upgrade slightly. I think. At this. I have about 12,000 liters a week, which I think I will probably sell. And then I have about 2k, 2 or 3k of canola. I'll leave the canola alone. I will try to take that down. But that also comes in the mod pack, the separate place. Cool. Gives you a bit of extra money. Okay. I think that almost sounds like it would be great for this map, I would think. Yep, you get dried corn, so you can do additional products as well. Whiskey and other lines. That okay. Then I think it'll do quite well on this map then. I think it'll marriage quite nicely. I'm gonna go get my oh, that never left. I was gonna save it for chickens, but I think I'll bring in chickens a little later. Focus on trying to get as much money as I can. So I'm gonna pull into the yard and then I'll fill up and then I'm gonna write down that mod and then I'll try to get it for this map. Because I think it'll synergize quite nicely. Doot doot doot. Oh wait. Yeah. Oh, not even 2K. It's 227. Yeah, I do have. Well, that's filling. I'm gonna make a note. Da, 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 da. I just have to copy your comment. Which copied. Bring up a notepad. Man. And then I'll try to get it added to this map. Because I imagine I'll probably be doing corn harvest quite a bit on this map too. It'll just work out great. So I should be able to get a slight upgrade combine. My combine. I don't know. I'm not sure how much that combine is worth. Got a little bit of soybean too. I probably have to empty that out. See, and then I have to get the trailer. So I don't know. It's gonna be pretty tight, I think. I could sell a truckload of soybeans. That's probably gonna get me a lot of money, right? Instead of dumping it off at the whatever you call it at the farm, just truck it down here and sell it directly. That would work out great, wouldn't it? I think that's what I'll do. Trying to plan it out here. It is, yes. it's it's a very scary field. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a truckload and I'll just start selling right away, I guess. So as I fill up, instead of storing it, I'm just going to sell right away. I think that's do it. That's about 930. They're too small. John Deere. Here's the case. Other case. This must be the case that I have. So this is the case that I would like to have. Yeah, I need more money, I think. I'm probably better to try to sell some of my try to get a truckload of soybeans and sell it at about 510. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. Literally. So I'll have to fill this up. And if I get a decent price for my soybean, I can probably get the combine. Right now I need the combine in service, so I can't sell it right now. I think I'm gonna be shy a little bit, so it might. I think so. I think. Let me just drive down here and I'll actually I can go in. So I have this combine. No, I don't think so. Except this one goes a little bit larger at 8.5 meters. So I think I'm out of lot. Can I go to the garage? How do you tell the value of your equipment? I think you can go into the garage, can't you? Kind of estimate how much your this is going to be 91,000. So the value for that is 91,000. This is a 28. That's 30K. And that's 194. So I think it's going to be a bit tight. I'll buy the header at least. I'm going to get one of the largest combine headers. So I can probably afford that right now. I want one that folds up like a trailer. I can't remember which ones fold up. Oh, it's the New Holland, isn't it? Is that the only one? That's 13. I thought there was a red one. It's not a trailer. I think it's the New Holland. Is the New Holland the only one that folds up? Turns into a trailer? Only. So I think this is the only one. I will buy this. Macdon transport wheels? I thought that was just for the Macdon. Here's one. This should be able to combine with anything. Or I don't think you have to get this one, right? You can probably put it on to other ones, I think. So I'm going to go with the large Case IH, I think. This one, I think. Okay. There's this as well. That's crazy. That's about 550. All right. Well, I need more soybean. I'll get a truckload of soybean. Okay. So then, yeah, I'll use the New Holland header. And then we'll sort out the combine situation in a moment once I get more money. I think I need at least a truckload. I'm going to estimate, I'm going to guess I need a truckload of soybean sold. And even then, it'll be pretty tight, I think. I have no roadway. I might leave this right here. I'm gonna go grab my tractor over here. Get over there. I'm thinking 1 truckload of soybean and then sell the existing combine. It'll be pretty tight, but I think I can do it. I have a rear hitch on here? Nope, I don't. I'll have to come and grab that. We're gonna make this happen, guys. We're gonna do it. Park it over here, and I'm going to come down this side of the field because I know I have a bit of grain from my cutout down. I probably should have did the cutout down here, but well, park it right here. This has nitrogen in it, so that's good. Oh, that's probably from the soybean. Get this all set up. We will put probably... I'll put 3 headlands on. Crazy. Oh. All right, let's do it, boys and girls. Get ourselves a brand new combine. Especially if I get like 100K a load from the truck. That would be some good money. This is fertilized. That's cool. I knew soybean had some sort of nitrogen effect. Well, sorta. I don't know what's happening over here. It's going yellow now. Oh, it must be. Oh, it's determining the yield. Getting lower yield where I am right now. Probably because this is the worst part of the field. Oh, we got some corn in here too. Or what is that? Sunflower seeds. Weird. Make it. Man, this field is huge. Okay, now we're in the green. We're making 120% yield right now. I like how the statistics on the side tells you like your percentage of yield you're getting. I never really paid attention to that before. I find that very handy. It also tells me that this is like 37.5 hectares, I guess. That's beautiful. Here. Back up. This is a tight turn. I don't know if this is going to go well. Yep, for sure, Paul. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm going to get the biggest combine I can get. Oh. It's going to be a good one, that's for sure. This is a rich yield. I'm nearly full. Or getting full fast, I mean. Sunflower seeds at the edge. Here. Make it around the corner here. This might be a problem because well, the yield is lower now, so maybe I can make it to the end. I don't know if there's a gate entrance. I'm at 60%. But if I make it to the end and I still got enough space, I can return this way. And I'll just bring the cart down this path that I'm already cutting. I think that will be my strategy. I might make it to the end. We'll have to see here. Also running out of fuel on this combine. I'm like just under half. So there won't be enough fuel on this combine to finish this whole field, I don't. Yield is low still. It's like in the 80s. So I think I might be able to make it to the end and then just turn around and come back this way. Hopefully. I won't make it all the way back this way, but I will at least be in alignment with the cart service. I think it'll work out. Go back this way now. Yeah, this is a huge field. I got a couple of islands in the field as well. So I'll have to go around the island. Should add a little flare. About 89%. Yeah, I'll get there. At 96%. Going to stop any moment now. Yep. Speed run it. Do 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 do. Here. I should catch you again soon. Yep, for sure, Shredder. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to try to get at least purchase the new combine, and then probably the next stream is going to be doing more work on the field. So I'm just going to try to get my combine. About it, because I don't think I can finish this field on this live stream, even with the upgrade. But yeah, have a good night and good weekend, and we'll catch you in the next weekend. Oh. I hope that I get a good profit. back. And then I'm gonna try to get that dryer on the grain dryer. Because at some point I'll be doing one in corn. Will be good. I got this on autopilot, so I'm gonna go get myself a drink. See if I can figure out how to turn off there, tracker's off. Wait, I have a wireless headset. I want it to go all over the place. Okay, I'm back. Tracker. Me. Oh, you know what? I totally forgot about the that other combine. The I forget what it's called again. First, I'll see if I can find it in the shop. Totally forgot about that one. That one's actually even a faster combine harvester, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure if I put that mod on this. It's DLC. Yeah, this one. Next at Pat. Oh crap, that's pretty expensive. What's the header like? This one's 15.2 meters. So yeah. This goes a lot quicker than your standard combine too. Then you need to buy the grain hopper. That's another expense there. Yeah, this is a little out of my price range at the moment. Way too expensive. I was thinking, oh yeah, why don't I go with that? And then I realized, well, it's going to cost me $1 million to buy it. So. Nope. I will probably get that, but not yet. The next pack. Not quite yet, though. Don't have. It's going to be tight as it is getting a standardized combine. So. We'll see. At the same time, I need to think about that. I need to buy a planter and all of that because these fields are going to, right? to figure out how I'm going to tackle that. Hit higher yield now, up to into the 120 yield. This is probably a different it's this stuff here. Good yield, the gray stuff, loam. This field probably would do good with soybean. Flip back and head the other direction. But yeah, if I had the next app pack, oh my god, because that would I would just chew through this quick. Maybe not super quick, but a little bit quicker than 10 kilometers per hour. But like I said, the only drawback is that it is exceptionally expensive. But I'm not far off. I can get there. Get there. Just a matter of just up and down this stuff. Missed a little bit. Oh. %84. I still got that thing out to fold it in. I think I'm gonna drive the truck down. I have to empty out. It's close by, so. Just backed up here. Nope. I might be able to do the if I make it down there, I can probably do the southern headland. Maybe. So there's two things with the Nexat pack. One, it has a large capacity for storing grain. It also has a fairly large header, and it's reasonably quick. It's not the largest header, but it's a fair size. So that's why I kind of like it. Yeah. Here. So I should probably be able to do the headland down at the southern side, I think. All that I can say is I'll definitely want good equipment if I start doing Field 11. That's the largest one on the map. Uh, an expensive field. It's 2 million, 2.3 million, 39 hectares. Looking at the river. I don't know how wide the river is or how deep, but I'm almost wondering if I can maybe spin the water plant. Maybe use a boat to transport grain. I'm already thinking about modifying the terra farm. Crazy. Probably roll in some roads. Could do that too, I think. Picked up all this bit. And I'm just chewing through fuel. Got like about a quarter of a tank left. Cool. Huh? Off we go. So here. I like how the whenever you're harvesting with the GPS, it stays to the contour of the field, which is nice. Makes it very flowy. Hit some 100% yield here. Another one. Oh. Great. I'll have to go around the island, I think. Unless this will curve for me. We'll find out, won't we? I'm going to do the right side. Yes. Let's see how it'll react on the island, because I don't... Is it going to stop, or is it going to go left or right? Is it contour with it? I don't think so. It's coming to the end here. Coming some sort of ice. Oh, I put headlands on here. Okay. So there's headlands on the circle. Can I make it all the way around? Or is it going to straighten out? Turn it. Interesting. At least now I know how it reacts to islands, I guess. I'm going to do the entire circle. Try to. Interesting. Side offset. I guess there isn't really anything to suggest. How you do the circles. To be able to do another round. Gonna go this way now. I'll slowly work my way to the truck, I guess. That'll be the plan. tackle this. So this field has extremely low yield. That's why I'm not filling up so quickly. So it doesn't have the right soil type. I have a feeling over there I'll have like a small patch to work through there too. I'm gonna come down this side over here. Turn. Not sure if this is going to go a longer distance. Say. Wonder if it's going to go into a curved foot. And then, doot, doot, doot. Yep. Dumping. I think I'm gonna get to the end of the field and I probably am gonna call it a stream. The yield isn't that high, so I don't think I'm going to get my combine just yet. Maybe next live stream, I think we'll hit it. It's a very low yield field. Takes quite a while to fill this combine. So probably going to get like what, maybe 1 or 2 truckloads. So almost equivalent to my last field. So make it to the end here and probably call it a stream. Definitely next stream I will have a new combine. Because I keep on going into this yellow strip, which is a low soil quality. And I'm only hitting like 60 to 80 yield. I think most of the field is at least here. To get into this area here, it take a while. I have no clue what's in here. I don't. This is medium. I think the gray that I really need. So field 1 would be good for soybean. I think. But if I get a lot of loam, it's a bit better. There. But All right, that's been a fantastic. So we'll see you guys in the next one. Definitely working. Hopefully I can get a bit more soybean truck sold and then upgrade combine quicker. We'll see. Anyways, adios everybody, and keep your stick on the ice and have a great weekend.